finally, we meet the chat. Who would watch the stream? Oh my, why the long face? I feel that you were previously acquainted with this channel. Well, that is most unfortunate, for he is cancelled. As for the channel, he gave it to me, Moxie. I hope you can make peace with that.
Hey, get out of here with your yellow eyeballs. This is my channel.
I love that we came up with a bit like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, honestly, you crushed it. That was a great performance. So, hello everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Hope you're doing well. And hello, Moxie. How's it going?
Oh, you know, I'm chilling. Brain rotting over here.
Brain rotten. Right.
Brain rotten.
So, yes, chat, we are doing something a bit special today. I have a guest collaborator for the stream testing this out because Moxie's wanted to collab for a while. I was like, I don't exactly know what that means, but if you ever have any questions or info you want from me, feel free. But we kind of settled on this format to begin with. So how you feeling so far, Moxie? And how's everyone doing in chat?
I've actually collabed a lot. I love collaborating because it's just like, usually I just grab people's voices. I'm like, hey, can you record you saying this line? You know?
That sounds like the worst thing to me because I absolutely hate voice recording.
Yeah, no, it is trying to get, any of these YouTubers just say like 5 lines. I'm like, look, man, it's just like 3 sentences. You can do it. I promise. It's just so cool to just have a cameo of your voice. And they're like, okay, fine.
Yeah, after playing Hollow Knight, people had recommended me to check out Mossbag's video on the topic, and I did manage to watch it off stream, and I did catch the Vati Vidya cameo, which was a pretty chef's kiss, all things considered there. So the collabs are pretty dope when they do work out.
Yeah, I had like Smo read the lines for the Land of Shadow, and then
that's awesome.
I had Radatasker do the lines from the Stranded Spirits for Miquella's stuff. Yeah,
brilliant. All right, so I'm gonna welcome in everybody in chat real quick. So Mortis, nice to see you. Ulcerated, Doug Robertson, Q with I, Koi Pop, Happy, Black MN,
Happy.
Welcome on in. Nice to have all of you guys.
Black man, you were on Quailag stream not even that long ago, right? I think she talked directly to you at one point. She's like, I have to clarify for everybody in the chat. Black man is a person in the chat. Yeah. Okay, I was there. Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, I man, also nice to see you as well. And El Degusto, welcome in. All right, so just to kind of recap what we did on the last stream, I checked out a couple videos by D1 Ode. Elden Ring changed my perspective on games. It was a review. Then we watched The Lore Hunters Elden Ring. You might want to keep Melina around for the Shadow of the Erd Tree, which was a pretty good disclaimer before we got further information. It might still be good info now. And then we finished up with Shadow of the Erd Tree, a convoluted lore perspective by a tragedy. So we do technically have like 3 videos queued up for today, but since this is my first guest appearance, I also want to ask her like a bunch of questions before we get into it. So I'm not sure if we're going to get into all 3 of these videos, which will be perfectly fine. But, if we're floundering and like, oh no, we need content, we could, just look at the videos. So the first one, we have Banoon's An Ancient Dragon Lost to Time Elden Ring Lore Theory. And that one is questioning whether or not Gransax is dead or alive, or maybe other, I don't know.
It literally has a warning label on it. That's so funny.
And then the next one would be Miquella is Melina, Elden Ring DLC speculation by Tim Diggity. This one kind of blew up a couple weeks ago, and it's been a hot topic ever since. And then, if we still have time, what's hiding behind Marika in Elden Ring, the video that we didn't get to yesterday by Zafe the Scholar. So, all exciting content. How do you feel about this stuff so far, Moxie?
I love all the videos. I'll say with my full chest, I love them. I think that they're all really solid videos. I've already seen them just because I really like. Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I watch, but I told you earlier, I watch everyone's content. I'm here almost as a fan to watch you react, fangirl over you reacting. I'm interested to see.
Don't go that far. You could just chill. It's all right.
I'm interested to see how you will react as well.
Okay.
It's good stuff.
All right, well, looking forward to it. So, before getting into that, I did have some questions prepared for Moxie, and
I forgot about this.
I warned her that some of these are some bangers and some real zingers, so you better watch what you say, because we're going to get the gotcha on you and, get you canceled since you canceled my channel a moment ago.
That's fair, yeah.
All right, so this first question is a real doozy. Are you ready? You ready?
I suppose. I guess. Yeah.
Honestly, I would find this kind of question the most difficult to answer, but tell us a bit about yourself. ?
Oh no. My entire experience is just around cameras. Yeah. I mean, I was a photographer in the Air Force, and then after, we say air power, which is so lame, but I just kind of lean into it because it's so lame. But then after the Air Force, I went to school for cinema and television.
Nice. And do you mind if I asked where you went? Or
no, yeah, like for sure. Yeah. Where I what? Sorry.
Where you went for school or anything?
Oh man, I went to a Christian university because they were like, we'll pay for all your books and stuff.
Ain't nothing wrong with
that. So yeah, no, they also had a huge equipment office, so I ended up picking to go there because it was good stuff. But yeah, no, we got to train on CBN, so all of their equipment goes over to that school, to the school next door. So it's we get all the leftover television equipment, so we were able to run fake real shows, which was pretty cool.
Interesting.
So I learned
yeah. You learned the cinema stuff from there, and did you take that knowledge into your content creation? Or I'm kind of curious what bridged the gap for you there?
I went into television.
Oh, snap. Big old, the silver screen? I guess that's not silver screen. What do you call television?
Pre-COVID, so it was just local news, but I live in a big market. Yeah, so it was I did
LP trying to dox. Thanks, El Gusto.
Yeah.
He's on to us.
Yeah, dude. No, I started doing live news. It's on my channel. But
okay, cool.
I went on to do live news, and I was directing for a while. And then COVID hit, and they took away my 10 p.m. show, and I got really sad about it. And 2 years into COVID, I was like, can I have my show back? And they were like, no. And I was like, okay, I'm leaving. So I quit. But yeah, because they put me in audio. I was just doing audio every day for 2 years. It really sucked. So I was like, I can't sit in this glass box anymore. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I went on to do streaming, and then once I found my voice a little bit, I did YouTube. So yeah, because I was always really nervous about putting my ideas out on the internet, because I was like, I'm an idiot. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. I don't know if you ever struggled with that, but just that
honestly,
oh, no.
Because of the kind of pedantic person that I am, I was like, no, I want to tell what I think is right, and that kind of has motivated me.
Oh, that's fair.
More,
yeah.
Not to say that I always think that I'm right, but I also want to give more voice to ideas that haven't been shared yet, and that's kind of been a big motivating factor. At least for my first couple of videos, I kind of knew they were going to be garbage because I didn't know a damn thing about editing and whatnot. So I just kind of went into it expecting to pretty much take it on the chin, and then the second video that I did just kind of randomly blew the hell up 2 months after I made it, and I was like, what the hell? Because when you first make a video on YouTube, you're probably going to get lucky to have 20 views, and so my first video was at 100 views for the first month, and then all of a sudden it just skyrocketed to 10,000, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And it's the algorithm found me.
Souls or Bloodborne? Or?
So the actual second video I made is probably the most popular video on my channel. At least it's definitely the most popular lore video. It's the true story of Bloodborne, lost in translation, something like that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that
I think I've even seen that.
yeah, that one popped off pretty early, and my very first video was the Cleric Beast one, which is. It's rough. I've definitely had a lot of audio issues in my time, and that's even a recurring theme throughout my stream right now. So, oh yeah, that actually reminds me, chat. How is the audio levels for you guys? How is Moxie's voice compared to my voice? We obviously haven't started a video yet, but if it's all good, I'd appreciate if you had any comments. I'm the content cop of the Elden Ring community. Oh man, I don't know about that.
No.
And yeah, everybody else who's been joining in, welcome on in. V-Limit, nice to see you again. El Gusto, friend Alex.
Oh, snap. V-Limit, what's up?
Yeah, he's a real one. He a G. And then we got
I know. He does the camera work, I think, for Buddy, right?
Buddy, yeah. He was talking a lot about like the lengths he went to make many of the shots as good as he possibly could.
I want to be able to pick his ear sometime. I mean, he really good camera work.
Yeah, he's definitely been an inspiration for me trying to make the editing in my videos better. Like especially like my last 3 or 4, I think seeing some of V-Limit's recent stuff pushed me to like go back and add more things to it to just, make it more visually entertaining. So a lot of credit to him.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's got really good content, and I like his camera works really good. The way he captures movements and also like combat with enemies, like some of the best stuff I've seen, at least capture wise. Because moving the character in like slow motion, making it look fluid, and like making the camera do what you need it to do is like a whole thing in itself. Just saying,
it takes a lot of prep work and a lot of trial and error, that's like one of the more difficult aspects of actual like content creation. If you want it to like look like it actually has production value, it's just so time consuming, and you spend all this time to get a 3-second clip of a shot in an hour-long video, and you're like, what the hell am I doing with my life?
It's like, this took 45 minutes to set up. I just needed this animation.
Hey Aiden, welcome back to stream. Will I ever stream Rain World? I forgot to check out the trailer. I need to look at it sometime. Please like put it in the Discord again and like ping me. And if I forget, just ping me again, because that's what happens sometimes. So I don't want to make a commitment on stream, but thanks for the question.
I just saw Killer King's comment. Moxie starts with M. Moxie's Miquella.
Funny enough, I was going to pivot to have that be the second question of the stream so far, of the interview.
Oh my gosh.
Moxie,
here we go.
Can you confirm or deny whether or not you are Miquella?
Well, I'll have you know that Mr. Miyazaki-san made me sign an NDA, so I can't really speak to it, but close sources say maybe.
Those sources. It is said maybe.
It is said that maybe.
Okay.
Is mayonnaise Miquella? I would say it's probably more mustard than mayonnaise, but maybe mustard mayonnaise mix.
Oh no,
everything is Miquella. No, I on a real note, I have really appreciated the theories of like people really going hard on the speculation last week. I know we all joke about it, but like, come on, these theories are entertaining. They're very interesting.
No, absolutely, and that's part of the fun. Like, even if I'm
like,
vehemently disagree with things,
like, where'd they go?
Yeah. And it's always a bit difficult riding the line of trying to delineate what is lore versus like entertainment on the YouTubes. So maybe I'm a little bit, too literal for this at times, but I guess that's kind of my shtick and or appeal ?
I think yeah, I mean, like trying to like, so everybody is working with the right information, right? Like it's like having that as the core, like, it's like, I feel like sometimes content creators can be unclear about like, hey, okay, so this is the lore on it, but hear me out. Think about this, this. Let's theorize for a second. I mean, I definitely kind of like clarifying it both ways.
I've definitely let forth some very cursed ideas on my Discord chats, even today earlier. So the difference is like whether or not these cursed thoughts exist in video form or in the deep recesses of the Discord, but it's all good. I appreciate them all.
Heck yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and transition into our now third question. And you don't necessarily have to answer these if you don't want to. You could just say pass or whatnot. So then, why the transition from your previous Zelda content to Elden Ring content?
Oh man, asking the hard-hitting questions.
I warned you.
So Zelda stops making sense. They said that the timeline and like connecting the games was really constraining to think about. And that's just, and they also pulled up a someone's theory, like in an interview in a magazine, and then they called it dead wrong, and I just didn't like the way that they shamed and embarrassed like this little guy on YouTube, just out here making a theory, man.
That sucks.
Just trying to, yeah. And they're like, "Hey, have you heard this popular theory?" They're like, "Yeah, we think that's stupid." You ever heard of reincarnation? It's this very deep Shinto thing. You probably never heard of it, but see, reincarnation is whenever Link doesn't die. He dies, but like in soul, you see, and so like his body comes back. So it was just kind of like that really struck a chord with me, and I was like, at first I was like, I'm mad. I need to think about it. But the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of mad I get. I'm just like, and then on the other side, it's like Miyazaki-san is just like opening his arms to us, and he's just like, "Come here, my children, my babies."
That's a weird way to say sealed his lips, but go off.
But like, no, he's like, please come over here, speculate. We love your theories.
Very well, that's fair.
Yeah, he's like, we love that everyone theorizes genuinely, and we love to see it. Like, we purposely made this so confusing, so we're just glad that you like our story. And
it is still very hilarious to me that even to this day, Miyazaki has a response to an interview question about what pale blood is by just saying, yes, that's an interpretation, rather than like confirming or denying the content of said interpretation.
He's a master at work. That's how an artist is supposed to respond. And
yeah.
he is an artist.
Have you ever read like the Wheel of Time series or anything like that?
No, what is that? Never even heard of it. Wheel of Time, you said?
Yeah, it's by Robert Jordan. I don't want to like give the elevator pitch just yet, but the point that I want to make real
Wikipedia
quick,
did it for me.
Okay, is that there's like this faction of magical witches essentially who have sworn an oath to never tell a lie in his series, and even though they cannot like literally lie, they will do everything short of it to continue to deceive people. And
fascinating.
Because of that, it really draws attention to the way that people need to use words because of these specific constraints. And that's just something that I absolutely love, being like the linguistic nerd that I am, that I think can really help train people to like actually really pay attention to like the meanings of words and what is said versus what is implied, because the witch people will use those kind of implications to lead people where they want them to. But if people like ask them more direct questions or like press them on things, they probably wouldn't be able to give the answers that others may think that they're giving,
That's really interesting. I never heard a premise like that, but that's like, it's kind of a cool premise. It's a TV show, or is it?
Yes, it's a TV show. There's 2 seasons out on Amazon. So if you have like Amazon Prime, you can definitely watch that now.
Okay.
Hashtag not sponsored. I wish I was, but no.
Not sponsored. We're just talking. We're like literally just talking, guys.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
There's like 13 books. I don't remember if that includes the prequel or not. They're all extremely long. Most are definitely over 600 pages, and a couple go to like 1,000 paperback. So if you want to like waste a summer, that's one way you can do it.
I love this kind of stuff, so like, yeah, that's an interesting premise. I actually might check out the show and then get so into it that I read the books.
Yeah, and disclaimer as always, when you have a show that's based off of a series of novels where the shortest one is over 600 pages.
The director takes their liberties.
Not bad, but there's just like a lot of stuff which really fleshes out the world. So I think like a pretty good comparison point would be like Tolkien, in the fact like the world is very descriptively written and a lot of attention is paid to the environment, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's just
I love that. It's like, I love being immersed like in the premise and the world, and the characters. Nemo said, I'll admit that I think the storytellers telling theorizers whether or not to be wrong is based, while not being rude, of course. The issue is with Zelda, they have no good narrative or answers either. And I don't need answers necessarily. I just need more context. Like, okay, for instance, like with Breath of the Wild, They had built up years of like questions around the Sheikah, who they were, like how they did things, how did they teleport, you know, all this magical stuff that was kind of like shrouded in mystery. And then when Breath of the Wild comes out, nothing really explains that, but we get to like see how the technology works and experience it ourselves. So like it like that's what I kind of mean by like world building. And then they summed up all the games to be like, oh, you never heard of these people until Breath of the Wild, but they were responsible for everything in the series. Isn't that crazy? It's like we just heard about them. Like every set of runes automatically became Zonai runes, and it was just kind of like everything Zonai. The Zonai are entirely different in Tears of the Kingdom as well. They did not give a shit. It's really disheartening. Yeah, exactly.
But contrary points, according to Crunchy, trust.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, I'm waiting for Masterworks to come out. Masterworks is going to come out in like this
Crunchy says you need to be able to trust that the creators have an idea and that they care about the idea, even if you don't follow it, if you don't know what it is.
I mean, yeah, man. I'm not trying to hate. I don't like them making fun of a content creator, a small guy, little baby.
I think that's
on the
fair.
internet, you know. It's not nice. To do as when you're a big developer and a lot of eyes are on you, and to like call out and discourage somebody who's just having fun, you know, it just didn't strike me right, you know. And that's not for everybody. Like that's not everybody's opinion. I'm not trying to get anybody to dislike Zelda. It's just like that really struck a chord and like in my heart, you know.
Everybody else is dogpiling Crunchy in the chat now. It's all good. All right, but I think that's a pretty good transition.
I love Death Stranding, Crunchy. I love Death Stranding.
I think that's a good transition into the next question, and this would be, what about Elden Ring's lore caught your interest more specifically?
Well, I didn't even know it existed until, you're gonna think this is so dumb.
No.
It was like I had almost been done with the game. It was like I'm in like the mountaintops area, and then I was like, my brother is the one who got me to play it, and he was like, I was like, Joseph, there's no lore. Like, there's no lore in this game. You said that there was lore. And he's like, press the button, the 0 button. And I was like, what? And he's like, press the button. And I was like, yeah, I did that. There's nothing. He's like, press it again. I was like, what do you mean again? He's like, press it again. And I was like, no, paragraphs. And I was like, there's lore? He's like, yeah, there's videos. There's a whole community for it. Just, from that point, I just started like consuming content like your content, because Smotown recommended you pretty early on, I would say, like after Elden Ring came out. It was
a little bit later because it took me a while to come up with my first video because I was trying to like digest so much of this text with like both the English and the Japanese, which I am kind of glad that I waited. But obviously, if I was earlier on there, I probably would have gotten more viewers. So it's like, you know, give and take as with everything. But yeah, Smo's a real G. He does a really good job of propping up the people who've like helped him along the way. So a lot of respect to Smotown specifically.
Was it
and a lot of the other
timeline video, or what was it? What video did you guys work together on first?
We haven't really officially worked on a video together. Whenever he has questions.
That's not true. That's not true. You were in his timeline video.
Was I?
Yes. Yeah, you literally have like a whole section talking in his timeline video. Yeah, where you're like talking about like the Golden Order.
You might be thinking of Loki. Because I definitely have not like directly featured in a Smotown video, like definitely not my voice.
Are you sure?
But he might have like referenced stuff that I've done, but like I've told you before, I'm perfectly fine with just being like a repository for like people to draw knowledge from, and I don't necessarily like need the attention that comes with it. So he might have done it, but I might just be oblivious, to be honest.
Now I'm like wondering, am I gaslighting myself? Huh. But he's mentioned you regardless.
He's definitely mentioned me before.
So like that drew me into your channel. I watched you, Quaylag, Tarnished Archaeologist. So like ever since like pretty much like 2 months into the release, like I've been watching content from all different creators. So So yeah, I don't know. I think it's really cool.
All right, and
the World Hunter, yeah, Loki, yeah, definitely.
To redeem Crunchy, he said, just to clarify, he wasn't disagreeing with the Zelda point. He said you need to be able to you need to be able to trust, and Tears of the Kingdom made people lose that trust. Why can't I read? Oh my god.
That's fair. It did make me lose a little bit of my trust in like I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's 3 parts of a series, you know, maybe they're about to hit him with the 1-2 punch 3, you know, and then everything will kind of make sense when they come out with the 3rd game. I'm hoping, you know, maybe it's like I don't know, but they also said that they weren't going to do anything, so I'm just not trying to like publicly complain about the video, or not the video, the game in general, like, you know, because I don't think everybody wants to hear my complaints for hours. I have made like 2 videos kind of like making my peace with it, but because there's like one that's like a podcast form.
Yeah, even though I haven't played any of the Zeldas, I definitely watched your like 3-hour rant about
oh
Tears
my
of the
god,
Kingdom's
yeah.
lore, and I watched it completely through, because even though I'm like unfamiliar, I just kind of like love the visceral reactions that stuff like that can bring up in people. So I mean, there's an audience, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I did not like, yeah, I don't know, that's funny that you watched that, because I didn't think a lot of people had actually seen it. But yeah, I kind of make my peace with it, and then I'm just like, there's like a reaction to me like reading some of the quotes, because it was kind of like rapid fire quotes coming out, like where they're kind of like explaining themselves, but their explanations made it like hard, like, you know, because we were all everybody in the community was just like, okay, let's like sit down, make this make sense. And then as information kind of came out, it was like, oh, like you guys are saying it's not that, oh, and it's only this, okay, I don't know how that makes sense, but okay, you know, so just kind of like that I don't know how to make it make sense, because there's things that just don't make sense.
You can't. You just gotta point out where the gaps are, which is really vexing when you went to fill in those gaps for sure.
I think the hardest part is that they said no, there's no split timeline, and that it is definitely a sequel to Breath of the Wild, and that it's not possible that it ever split. And I think that's what has confused me so much, that it just was like, because that was the natural kind of conclusion that almost everybody was coming to. Was like, oh, it might be just like a split. Maybe we weren't in the same timeline as we were the last game, you know? So we were all kind of cooking on that thought. And they were like, no, it's the same. Same timeline. Does not break timeline. It was kind of like the kanji was just kind of like, because there was like 3 different translations. It was like, does not break the timeline. Yeah. Because it's the way that they said it was like old Japanese, which was odd for an interview. But
is it?
Yeah. I mean,
I honestly have like no idea about like the
I don't
Zelda
know either,
Nintendo
but like,
lore.
Sorry, I'm regurgitating what I've read from translators that were like, this is kind of weird to say it in this context, but okay, you know? So...
Oh, so it might have just
been
like
purposely confusing. Like,
okay, it might have just been like an awkward phrasing, or maybe something that just doesn't translate super well. Yeah, that can totally make sense.
Yeah.
Right. So to welcome some other people back into the stream, Kim Lee, it's nice to see you again, and Ash King, welcome back. Always nice to have you. You said, to be fair, the amount of English Elden Ring YouTubers is crazy. Maybe it's a world record among all of their fandoms. So actually, I was unfamiliar with Ash King's channel, because apparently he's like a Russian YouTuber, and he does like a lot of Soulsborne stuff. So I like looked into it a bit recently, because I'm like, how come I haven't heard about him? And that explains quite a bit. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Galamoth, nice to have you again. King. And Emerald Jack 4200, nice to see you again. Willem asks, does Wind Waker count as a direct sequel? That one was almost a soft reboot entirely.
That's what I was kind of thinking, like, what if Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were like branch off of that time, so we're like to the east, and everybody hates this idea, but like what if we are to the east, you know what I'm saying, in that new Hyrule that they established, right? So like this whole society, all the Zonai stuff that seems like new might be because we're in the land to the east and the old Hyrule is to the west. and I love that idea, and that makes it like click for me. I'm like, that could make sense, but everybody I've pitched that idea is like that idea to. They're just like, I hate it, Mox. Why would you even think of that? It's stupid. That's dumb.
All right. I've got one more provocative question about Zelda, and then I'll tie it back to the original question about Elden Ring. So, follow along with me, chat here, and Moxie, just give me your like unfiltered thoughts about this. How would you feel about me calling Hero of Time wannabes as being akin to Boy Scouts?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, it's all good. No, that's perfectly fine. Because I was wondering if like you'd get it or not. Because I can't exactly explain it better than that myself. Like there's just like this vague feeling that I have of the people whom I've known in real life who've been like really into Zelda and like kind of wanted to personify themselves like Link. They've kind of been like this weird kind of like sanctimonious, but not in a religious sense, and kind of like Boy Scouts in a way.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that does make sense.
Oh yeah, no, it is absolutely that. No,
vindication.
Like, it is okay. So like what you gotta understand is that like the draw for Zelda people is that it is an interconnected timeline. And I think this is why, like, let me theorize for a second. I think this is why the community got really messed up, is that like almost every major Zelda account shared this new quote that was like, the timeline's too constraining to think about. We weren't really thinking about it when we made these games. We don't really care about it. And that was the draw for like, because it's trying to figure out this interconnected timeline that we have official copies of, but then like trying to piece together like how these cultures moved through that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that was the draw for like Zelda people, was that like trying to be like, okay, a new game has been added to it, because there's 31 games now, so it's like across 31 games. I think so. Hold on, how?
I mean, I pretty much just like know the big ones, but I never really thought to count them.
Zelda games 29. My bad.
Still
I think
a
I was
lot.
counting the CDI.
I'm assuming that counts like the old what was it called, like the Famicom, like pretty much internet game.
Oh yeah,
the Super Famicom,
probably.
Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but still 29 interconnected games where anybody could try to connect anything to anything because it's all the same world. So that was the fun of it, like trying to like make connections. I would say like, all the Zelda tubers, still some of them are cooking, like they're still trying to cook through that. So, props to them. For sure. But that's like the draw of it, is just like trying to connect over 29 games.
V-Limit says his one Zelda video's comment section is a war zone, partially because he argues that they used to put a lot of care into the timeline.
They cared a lot. And we cared a lot too. Cause like, okay, like I've been like a Zelda fan since like for like 15 straight years. And so it's like, I was there during the whole like when people were trying to piece it together on like forums. It was like people were like arguing, no, it's split timeline, like the timeline has to split, and it's like other people were like, no, it's a 2 timeline split, no, it's it's the same timeline, it does not break, and they were like, then Hyrule Historia comes out and they're like 3 timelines, 3 actually.
Sounds as
like,
convoluted.
Whoa! It was like a very
It sounds as convoluted as like the DC and Marvel multiverses, or however they're called,
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
So going back to the original question from way back when, so after you figured out that the item descriptions existed in Elden Ring, was there anything like specifically that drew you into it, or is it just the fact that there was all this lore to explore for you?
It was just the story is fascinating. It's like, okay, who was Marika? What was she about? Just start trying to. I thought I was kind of like messed up because I was like, am I dumb, or am I just like not getting something with the story? So I kept watching videos. I'm like, I'm still not understanding the story. Like here, like what? So it just became like what's basically happening here, and then just trying to get the basic rundown, like story explained version of it, because I was like, maybe I'm stupid. maybe I just don't get it, you know? But the more I watched people talk about it, I was like, okay, so none of us get it. Okay, cool. Like,
yeah, there's probably a reason I haven't made my own like story explained video, and not just because like everybody else has tried to do it. It's just I'm waiting out here for the story to drop.
it's like, how do you even explain? How would you explain somebody that's like, I don't know, there's like a tree, you gotta burn it. Some stuff happens with a dog. I don't know, man. There's a lady in the tree, by the way. It's like, what? They're trans. It's like, what do you mean? What's going on? You know, so it's I don't know, it's fascinating. There's so many things that make you wonder, like, why is it like that? Why is that there?
Yeah.
What is that? You know?
One of my favorite comparisons that I've heard of somebody make to like FromSoft lore in general is that it's kind of like a bowl of spaghetti where you take one noodle and it leads back into the bowl, and then you don't know where the hell it goes, what it connects to, and like where it comes back out. And that's kind of what it feels like when you begin with one theory and try to get to the end of that theory. There's like 20 other theories that come along with it, you know? And sorry if I'm talking over you. It's just like, I'm not.
No, we're just both excited. It's oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's exciting stuff. I mean, I'm also just like, that's why I've been like so excited about all this speculative theories that have been coming out recently, because now everybody's just like, oh man, like I really like want to get this theory out before DLC. And so now we're seeing this cascade of people who are like speculating really hard, and they're from smaller channels too. You know?
It's great.
It's like, it's really great. I love it.
Not gonna lie, I had the thought earlier today of just like making a slew of like really low production videos of like, if I'm right about like break the emergency glass of like videos of if I am right about this, and then a bunch of like contingency videos like if I'm wrong about this, and like having them prepared, like how a bunch of people have like memes ready based off of like certain events, like if Jake Paul wins the fight versus like Mike Tyson winning the fight, they already have their memes ready. It's just something like that.
I mean, yeah, but like speaking from experience on my own thing, because like I came into the Zelda community like hardcore speculating. I was like, this is my thing, heavy speculation. I'm gonna get all these Zelda tubers to start speculating again, you know, just like on the scene, you know, and it worked, because I like my whole goal is just to get people like theorizing again about video games, you know, back like the old days.
It's fun.
But yeah, dude, it's like that's the fun of like the content too, is that like being presented, because we've all heard the item descriptions a billion times, you know, at this point. So it's like, you know, hearing fresh, like, new perspective, like, is Miquella torrent? I don't know. Probably not. But that's such a fun idea. I love that. Like, I don't know. It's different.
Speaking of new creators, Pigsy in chat says they've not made any Elden Ring videos, and they're tempted to make a video on a very high level of what you think the game is about before the DLC drops. I mean, good luck doing it. If you ever if anybody in chat ever like wants to get into like video production, always feel free to like ask me for advice or questions. I do like, you know, try to help people out. It's just something I enjoy doing. As you guys have seen on my stream, like I also try to give like direct feedback for people like on their channels and like how they've edited things, and you know, just to help other people improve and like learn from what I've learned from. So yeah.
Pigsy, I just followed you on, so I'd love to see it, man. Like, sorry, man as in gender neutral man, but like I'd love to see it. I always love seeing new creators come out. They're like, I just can't contain this idea. I must share it with the world. And I might be Miquella. That's funny. Red wine. But it's, yeah, I love to see like, because I have like I love smaller creators. Like that's my thing. I am a man. Well, man, like I can't wait to see it. I bet the idea is so poggers. Like, I don't know. I definitely encourage you to just take the leap. Who cares? You know?
Yeah, if you go into it with the mindset that it's all like a learning experience, and if you don't take it like too seriously and just kind of treat it as a hobby at first, I think it's like a more positive thing than like, you know, taking yourself too seriously, having too high expectations, and then potentially not being met. But yeah. And then the other part of it just like comes into whether or not you're worried about like the public, but generally don't, I guess. I don't know like how actionable that advice is, but
I would say most commenters are actually really nice. Like,
true
you get like, I mean, that was what I was most scared of, is like everyone's gonna hate my voice and think I'm stupid. But like, yeah, I get some of those comments occasionally, but I would say the overwhelming majority is people like supporting, or like an outpouring of like, oh, that's a really good idea, and it makes me think of this or that, and you know, it makes like discourse, and it's a lot more scary until you do it the first time, I'll say that.
Yeah, to put a positive spin on it in a different direction, one of the funniest, somewhat insulting comments that I've gotten about my voice was just somebody commented on like 2 or 3 of my videos within like a couple hours of each other, and they all just said, "Please stop smoking," and I've never smoked in my life.
Oh,
I mean, it's kind of true.
Dang.
My voice is a little bit raspy. Maybe we could blame my mommy for smoking all throughout my youth, but yeah. Oh well.
I don't think it sounds like that. Don't let it get you.
It
Like,
doesn't get to
I
me.
get comments like that too. They're like, you sound nasally. Do you have your nose plugged? It's like, damn.
So you kind of can avoid that. Like, you can train yourself to speak with more bass in your voice by literally holding your nose. And if you feel like your nose vibrating, you're doing it wrong. So you just need to like speak from like, you know, your larynx and whatnot. And it's a pain in the ass to do, but you can do it. Yeah.
I asked like a bunch of YouTubers, like I was like, how do you do it? How do you do it? And so like I got a bunch of tips, like posture, like sitting up straight, like opening your airways, like all that kind of stuff. So I feel like I'm a lot better now than when I started, but like, you know, it was just kind of like really, it was mainly about just getting it recorded at first. It was just like, I just want to like record it, and if you can hear it and I can show something on the screen at all times, then that'd be cool, you know?
The difficulty for me was slowing down my speech. I'm kind of doing it consciously now because I'm paying attention how I'm speaking, but obviously throughout like this podcast style format here, I'm speaking much more quickly than I would in a video. And it's extremely difficult to actually legitimately slow down your speech and still try to emphasize words to have like emotion and not sound like a robot. And that's a skill that I'm still trying to refine and get better with.
I like your voice. I think it's fine.
No, your voice is fine too. Let's prop each other up against this cold-hearted world.
I think I got called a little boy once, and that's the comment that most offended me.
Really?
Was like they like legit thought I was a little boy.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Oh my gosh, flame. Yeah, no, it was just like flame. But like honestly, those, like I said, those.
Oh no! Now you've given them ammo.
Rare. Yeah,
you've given my chat ammo.
No, I embrace it. Just embrace. I embrace the hate. I'm just like, yes, I am a little boy. I am Shiburi. Yes, you know, like why not?
No, I don't know actually, but okay.
Like I don't know. I just if you kind of just like, nobody can hurt me more than myself kind of mentality.
And now I'm spiteful because I see Crunchy's ass pop up in chat talking. Crunchy, I don't want to hear any comments about voices coming from you.
I really like Crunchy, by the way. Like,
now Crunchy
I just followed him recently. Yeah,
Crunchy has a voice from God. It's not fair.
Yeah, that's true. Crunchy and Radatasker, it's peak for me. I watch Radatasker streams.
Oh my god, speaking about people who get shit on for their voices, Ziostorm. It's oh funny.
My gosh, yeah.
It is so over the top. It's funny at this point.
Someone said they were like, oh,
he's like, got so many hate comments on his videos about his voice. They're like,
he's like pretending it, and it's
bro,
like,
stop faking your voice.
And then he showed up on a podcast, I think on Radataskers, and they're like, oh snap, his voice is really like that. Wow. Oh, what's up, Galamoth?
All right,
Galamoth. Okay. What? I don't know how to say your name. My bad. Miquella was inside of all of us all along. Miquella is the Miquella in me, and you are the
Nemo says
you are the
how
Miquella too.
Zio's in the family of deep, listenable voices. That's precisely why people hate it, because it's too good. Like unironically, there.
I wish he would just make like a 40-minute video, free jazzing on some cool thoughts, just so I could listen to that buttery voice for 40 minutes straight. You feel me? Like, it's good stuff.
Crunchy tells people his voice is fake when they ask. Who's the real Shiburi?
Like, yeah, it's voice modded.
All right. Okay, let's go back into our next question here. Not to like hate on the last tangent at all, but okay. Have you played any other FromSoft games or other Soulsborns? If so, which? And do you have a favorite other than Elden Ring?
Oh man, I listened to a lot of people debate me on what order I should do the games, and I decided on Dark Souls, and with Dark Souls 1, and I got out of Firelink, and I've explored all the, like, in every direction and keep getting killed by stuff. I've gone all the way down to, like, the undead, you know what I'm talking about, right?
There's two options that could potentially fit what you're talking about, so I'm just letting you
flounder. The one where you have
to
drain the water eventually, I guess.
Oh, there were three options. I forgot.
Yeah, that's where I've been hanging out.
New Londo. Okay. No, don't worry. This is a bit of a rite of passage. You're doing everything.
I'm trying my
Hold
best.
on. Let me try to like figure out how to articulate this, but also not lead you. I will just say that you have been initiated into the rite of passage, and I will just leave it there.
Yeah, I think I did actually ask you your opinion on my order of games too before.
And I would have definitely recommended Dark Souls 1 as like the next natural landing point. Because to be fair, like Elden Ring is a little bit slower than Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne, and definitely Sekiro to a large degree there. And I feel like DS1 with its jankiness is kind of more analogous to Elden Ring's content, and it does lead the most naturally into the sequels and even Demon Souls to a lesser degree.
Yeah, no, that's the order I heard over and over again, because like some people said Bloodborne, other people said like, oh, you could do Sekiro, and I was just like, I heard that you're definitely not supposed to do that one. But yeah, no, I think it's a good order too. It's a skill issue, you know what I mean? Like, I picked Pyromancer, and I'm just like struggling.
Not really a skill issue as much as it is like a game/knowledge issue. So you just keep doing what you're doing. Go at whatever pace you want. It could take you 3 years to beat the game. It doesn't matter. You just have to come to terms with the game your own way and not feel too pressured into it. And that's how you'll actually like enjoy it more, if you do at all.
Lee, that's funny. Yeah, no, I'm just like, I'm having trouble with the combat. It's just, it's different. And I hear that Dark Souls 3 will be a good run. I've heard skip Dark Souls 2 and definitely play Dark Souls 2. And I've watched a lot of Dark Souls 2 content of people both hating and loving the game. They're like, this is the best game I've ever played. Or, I hate this game so much. Someone please burn it to the ground and never bring it back again, No, Dark Souls 2 is fantastic. I'm sure we're going to get it right here just now.
I will refrain from commenting, but I am a well-known DS2 hater. I will just say that much.
Oh, man. Okay. That's funny. What? Don't skip 2. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I will say, try to give each game its own fair shake, and if you're not feeling it, that's totally fine, and you could probably move on to the next one if you really want to, but yeah, just don't feel like too pressured by your peers. Is the main takeaway there.
Take it through Dark Souls. I just don't feel the same. I think they did a really good job with the pacing of Elden Ring, because I really didn't want to play Elden Ring at first. Like, it was like my brother who got me to play it, because I wasn't even interested. But then, like,
all right. So I think you'll put 2 and 2 together from this comment here. But what is like one of the biggest lessons of Elden Ring that you think like the game kind of teaches people in a bit of a direct and a bit of a roundabout way?
Triumph over adversity.
How do you do that very well in Elden Ring?
Get good.
Or
I don't know. It's just like kind of like it does give you that feeling of like every time you beat something, it's like, I worked really hard to do that. I did that.
That is certainly,
that's how I feel about
that
Undead
is certainly
Parish.
One way to go through. Oh, you said Undead Parish, so you have been there?
Yeah, or not the Undead Parish. Sorry, the first area, where you beat the. Is that the Undead Parish?
If you're talking about the Asylum Demon, that would be the Asylum.
Oh, sorry, the Asylum. I bet.
Yeah, Undead Asylum.
The Undead Asylum. I felt really cool about getting out of there, because I didn't get any help, and I was like, yeah.
So I will say this a bit more directly now, but if people tend to have issues in Elden Ring they go somewhere else.
Yeah?
That's the hint.
Like to Zelda?
No. Somewhere else in the game. That's a fair question, though.
What do you, in Dark Souls?
Yes.
It goes some... Okay, I see. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I know what to do now because I didn't think I could get past the ghost guys in the basement, but apparently you can, even with the... Because it says, like, someone's quest sign said, like, item needed, and I trusted that, and I shouldn't have. And I was like, oh, I guess I need an item to get past here. Like, there's nothing I can do. So, once I found that, I just haven't booted up the game because it was, like, immediately whenever I found that out, then the Elden Ring trailer launched, and I was like, "Oh man, I gotta get like back into that."
Fair enough. Okay, so I'll leave like the cryptic Dark Souls talk there. So you've only played Dark Souls as your other FromSoft game, and have you played any other Soulsborns?
No, but I have watched content about
Oh no, that's fine. I just
myself
want like people in chat to like kind of get a decent background of you as like a content creator.
I would say I know like the general story of each game, like generally what happens, like maybe not the more intricate or like, you know, those beats that like, you know, everybody knows about, but like more just kind of like the main story beats, like, oh, you know, you go all the way down into Ash Lake for Dark Souls, and then in Dark Souls 2 it's set in the future or something like that. I have no idea.
Some things are easier said than done. Like
right, that's what I'm saying. Is that like I don't know. Like I've kind of watched lore breakdowns about it, but I still don't understand it because I haven't played them. So it's like I don't have a good understanding of the games themselves mainly because of lack of playing them. So it's like I have a basic idea of how, like, you know, just because I was curious. I was just like, what is this game? And then. Yeah, Bloodborne, I've been pretty interested in playing. It's like I don't want to set up my PlayStation. I'm just being lazy, and I hear it's so good, but I just haven't done it.
Bloodborne is still probably my favorite. I really like the combat of Bloodborne. There are some things about that game that definitely could be better, which definitely hold it back in comparison to a game like Elden Ring, but it really does have a lot going on if you enjoy like the kind of gothic / Victorian aesthetic there. Yeah,
it's really cool. Like, yeah, I like it with the guns and I don't know, it's got a cool vibe to it. I like it a lot. And you know, now that like obviously all the DLC stuff has been out, like Lady Maria stuff, that like lore really interests me. Like I don't really know anything about her, but I know that she's cool. She looks cool, you
exactly.
know. She sits like a G on the chair, and she's just like, "Hey, I bet you want to know what I'm about. You don't know anything about me." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right," and I kind of want to know. So yeah, no, just some of the like the imagery really fascinates me. I'm excited to eventually play it. But you know, I like to take my time with games, like one at a time. So it's like kind of like I like play it and then I'll obsess over it for a while and then I'll be like, okay, what's the next one?
All right, that sounds good. No, it's perfectly valid approach there. All right, so you ready for this next banger of a question?
Hell yeah.
It's a two-parter, so prepare yourself. Do you believe in astrology, and what's your sign?
Oh, okay. I don't necessarily believe directly in astrology. I'm agnostic, so like I'm open to the idea of like that being the way things work. I definitely think there is a god, but I'm not really sure about. I love mythology though. I like love mythology and like all the stuff like with you know, Greek gods and like I've actually been recently looking into like Mesopotamian religion and like you know, just I don't know, it's interesting like how religion formed in like in around the Mediterranean region, and then I just like kind of like following and tracking out, and I've been learning a little bit about like what the Celtic people believed, and that's really cool too to me. But my sign Pisces, but I think that astrology is pretty cool all in all, like because I mean let's be honest, it's kind of like a mixture of some pretty... Are you looking at my star chart? Oh no.
Yes, ma'am. So what is
yeah,
your
I think
thing
I've done
today?
a star chart. Like I'm a
Oh,
I'm
no.
a cusp. So I'm a cusp. I'm a Pisces Aquarius cusp according to something. I don't know. February 23rd.
Currently, you are in the midst of some profound questioning about your emotional attitudes. You'll probably find yourself totally free of inhibitions, much to your delight. It's an opportunity to meet new people and perhaps become a bit more open-minded. You can expect lively events and much pleasure from love.
Amazing.
That's
I love that for
that's
me.
your horoscope today. This is just kind of like a throwaway question to just, you know.
I'm here for it. I like all different religions. I think it's fascinating what people believe in, and yeah, I like it. I like the astrology is especially interesting to me because of like the star charts, like how in depth they get with those, like where you're born, at what time of day you were born. You know, like it gets deep. It's really interesting.
Killer King says that his sign is the Blood Star. Honestly, I don't really place too much stock in like astrology and like horoscopes, so I often like to lie to people when they ask me, and they're like, "Oh, what's your sign?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm a Gemini," and like, "Oh yeah, that totally describes you." I'm like, "Ha, I'm not a Gemini. I'm a Cancer," and like, "Oh, that's exactly what a Cancer would do." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm neither. I was just joking with you."
My sister's actually really into astrology. Yeah, she's always just like, yeah, they're a Cancer, so I don't like really hang out with them because I'm an Aries, and the Aries and Cancer don't like do well together. I'm like, okay, yeah.
It's rough. I feel really bad for the twins who are just like fated to have the exact same destiny because of their star signs.
Oh, I never even thought about that. Yeah. Oh, that is really...
It's all good. I just like to tease. I know like people who are super into astrology will be like, "Oh, well, there's like still cosmic forces at play like when you're born and stuff." I'm like, okay, but it's
my gosh, I'm so here for that kind of stuff.
It's not for me, but yeah, that's just like what I like to tease people who are super into it. But yeah, just
what
a fun
about
little
boiling
question
people
there.
and brazen bulls?
All right. So I did ask you about like what other FromSoft games you've played, and that was kind of to also set up this question, but I wanted to have the astrology one in there as a bit of a palate cleanser. So, who is your FromSoft waifu / husbando?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, I hate to be so basic about it, but like low-key Ronnie, because she's bad and she's open about it. And I really like that. She's like the Samsara ending, like the basic girl ending.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's your choice.
I think
she is canonically your waifu. Yeah, let's be real.
I mean, I just love that she just is like, I don't care what the church says. I'm gonna go and do my own thing. You can't make me be a crazy tree person or whatever you're gonna try and make me do. I'm gonna go and like hang out on the moon. Bye. I think that's such flex. She's just like, you know, going against all the like societal norms around her, and she's just like, I'm gonna like get rid of my flesh because you can't make me. You know, like that's really cool.
Yeah, it's takes a lot of guts to do something like that. Definitely respectable.
And she's like, she like loves everybody that she's around, but she's like, you know, I have to like separate myself from them, you know, to do what I'm meant to do. And I love that for her.
She's they knew they signed up to be part of the pile of the Mountain of Skulls there. So
and all the people want her to have that, you know, and I think that's really, you know, like they're like, I am here to serve Lady Ronnie, like I whatever she wants, like I don't care, even if it means my death, like. And I think that's really cool.
El Degusto says, I'm simping for Ronnie, saying she isn't bad, whereas I have, like, the
She's absolutely... she's so bad, dude. Like, what do you mean? Like, she's absolutely, like, terrible, but I love that for her.
Meanwhile, here in my Frenzy Flame video, I said, we already have a doll waifu to change the players' baby gamer diapers. I prefer the Bloodborne doll over Ronnie, personally, but... neither, really. I don't really know if I actually have a waifu / husbando for a FromSoft game, despite me asking this question.
Yeah, what time to turn the tables? Who's your husbando waifu?
I get okay. So this is like my knee-jerk reaction because I did like have a video about it. I guess maybe the suspicious beggar in Bloodborne would be my husbando.
Mickella's a good choice, too.
I probably should not say too much about that if you don't know Bloodborne very well.
I don't know Bloodborne nearly at all. I just know that there's something with like eating uteruses and then like, touching some dead thing, and then you go to hang out with some moon parasite or something. I don't know. That's about it. That's it. That's like all I know.
Very well. I
because like I don't know.
I don't have time
mentioned,
to explain that I don't have time to correct.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. It's just I just vaguely know that there's some weird lore around that, and then they also have runes or something, and that's interesting. And that's about the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah, I'd have to think of like the spouse question a bit more, because it to be real, it'd be kind of rough out here. All right, so moving on that, I actually do have like a more like legitimate question as far as like everything goes. What do you want the DLC to expand on the most?
I really want to know like why Marika removed Destined Death. Like what exactly happened there? Like what made people tarnished? Why is it whenever Godfrey goes to Stormvale and defeats the Stormlord, is that like the moment that he loses the gold in his eyes? Like what does that even mean, lose the gold in your eyes? And then it's like something with, there's like something happening with the storm, and there's something happening with Marika, and all of that seems to have something to do with death. And so it's like I really want clarification on what happened exactly to if it's a cutscene, cool, like that'd be cool. I'd like to just understand, because I feel like there's this knot, right? Like we're all trying to untangle this knot, but at the core of the knot is like the context.
It's the spaghetti lore.
Yeah, but like as soon as we have that nugget, I feel like a lot of stuff will start to like, it'll be like, oh, like it's like it'll be like this cascade of like, oh, you know what I mean? Like as soon as we have that missing piece of you know what I mean though? Like you get this one piece of context, and
yeah,
it's like,
it could potentially like blow the lid on everything. The real Pepe Sylvia moment.
And that's kind of what I just hope that they have a moment like that.
Crunchy's two Pepe Sylvia moments are Godfroy and the Winged Scythe.
Godfroy. I hate him. And also, yes, I think the Winged Scythe is a really interesting item. I think so too. I think there's something to it. You know what I mean? Like, there's gotta be, right?
No comment.
It's the only one that says something about pagan religion directly.
Well, pagan, actually,
loosely,
pagan
right?
Just means heretical as far as the Japanese is concerned. But yeah, it's just
heretical. Okay.
So yeah. Pagan, context. Like this is kind of like an English to Japanese issue in some ways, because like pretty much like whenever the term pagan is brought up in any context that like has the Japanese text first, it's kind of like an alarm bell for me. It's like, oh, this probably just means heretical, not like the literal pagan thing. And part of the why I say this is partially an English one is maybe this is like more of an American thing or North American thing, because like we don't really have pagans. We kind of have like pretend pagans. So whenever we think of pagan, we just tend to think of like
heretical,
non-mainstream religion. So like heretical kind of goes with that. But as far as like, Britain may go, it tends to like be a more specific thing, but actually I think that localizers are British, so maybe this isn't true. Anyway, so like whenever pagan shows up, you can pretty much guarantee that it essentially just means like heretical, and vice versa. If you see heretical, you might also be able to tie it into what is referred to as like pagan elsewhere.
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that, because now I'm like wondering, is it the same kanji as like what they use for heretical as like the prophet who spoke, because they called his stuff heretical? Is that the same thing? It's just like even just that little nugget of context kind of like makes me think I blame the Catholics. Absolutely.
All right, so let's pull up our handy dandy sheet.
I'm kind of interested
Hold
now.
on, need to
We're
zoom in
brain
for
rotting so
y'all.
hard on this stream.
So Ikkyo, this shows up a lot in like Dark Souls as well, and I'm pretty sure like the pagan thing comes up there. So what I typically do is I will like look up the English thing because I remember the English text a lot better, but I know it's also Ikkyo here. So pagan, and then since I know enough of the Japanese, I'm like, oh yeah, Ikkyo, that's pagan. Well, you know, heretical. So I'll just do the word search for that to see what other contexts it comes up in. So we have the scorpion stinger, a ceremonial tool used by heretics. And yeah, sealed, outer gods, relic, blah, blah, blah. It is said to be a heretical, like, device. There's probably a better word for that, but I'm, like, failing right now.
Oh, no, this is cool. Yeah, is there
Heretics
another
hook?
result?
This has to be cut. Heretics hook, scythe used for both collecting and offering up the dead. The blade itself seems to be a torture maddened thing. Hold on. Gathers death.
No, I'm looking it up. Heretics Hook, Elden Ring.
That's kind of.
I think it's cut.
It's a twisted mad. No, I definitely know it's cut. I'm just like, yeah. Just looking at it.
They have a heretical rise though.
True.
So.
Actually,
Yeah.
is that called? I mean, we'll see it in a second.
It says
I can look up the
Heretical
place
Rise.
name. Now I'm just trying to remember if it's like if it used the same kanji. I don't think it does.
Oh yeah, that's
but
true.
I
don't know.
might be misremembering here. Pagan magic for the serpent bow as opposed to like heretical curse technique like jujutsu. It's always really awkward to try to translate jujutsu. But anyway.
Hey, Galamoth became a member.
Hey, thanks,
Sick.
Galamoth.
Poggers.
Appreciate
now
that.
You can use the emotes. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
I like using the emotes on different people's channel.
Nice.
It's my favorite part.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Florge Borge, nice to see you again. All things can be conjoined. Sweet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nomadic market. Yeah.
Otoako says that's an anime word for real, though.
That's so cool that like. Okay, so it does connect to them in some way.
Well,
in some
not
vague
necessarily.
Maybe right, like, but just like like maybe like it has a connection. It just that those kinds of things excite me. I'm always open to new connections.
Yeah. So whether or not like the nomadic merchants can be like equivocated to like snake worshippers, maybe that could explain why they're like thrown in the prison because snakes didn't have the best of reputations, but. At least from what we see of them, maybe not. Or like the winged scythe pagan stuff. Who knows? So yeah, just the nomadic merchant stuff. All right, so let's heretical rise.
Yes. Allegedly.
Okay, I could see why they came up with that. Yeah, I don't know if that's. Let's try to.
Okay, let him cook.
No, I mean it's kind of fine.
Oh, snap! The G show.
Eton versus Ikkyo.
The Inquisition, the pagan heathen. Wait, can you go back to the G show page real quick?
Yeah, no, it's definitely like heretical. I'm just trying to like think of the context of like Eton, like so the Ton part, like so they're like definitely like fringe heretical. So there's like more of a nuance. Like there's nothing wrong with the localization. I'm just trying to think of like Eton versus Ikkyo as far as other stuff in Elden Ring goes. I'm just damn it.
I'm here for it. Yeah. No doubt.
And this is kind of like how I just approach the lore. I'm like, oh well, where's this match up? Where doesn't it match up? Oh, okay. So this is more related to like the Briars of Sin. And so this is like one of those cases where I don't necessarily know if Ikkyo should be heretical / pagan stuff should be equivocated with the Briar stuff. I think there's a good chance, but I'm also curious to see what other context it arrives in because it could just be like a disambiguated term that isn't necessarily used for one specific thing. It could just be more generic family heads. That makes sense.
I think personally
like
there was a
death-related.
culture that was definitely covered up of like people like burning culture, right? Like
okay, so yeah, once we get to the Prince of Death staff, that tends to be where I'm like, okay, maybe it isn't quite a specific thing. So that's kind of like what I like to do. Yeah, we got it right here.
I mean, it could be seen as heretical, though, because
it is heretical to the Academy. And that does match the Briar stuff, doesn't it? Don't they hit that?
Yeah, something like that, I think, because of the Blood Star, right? Right?
Most reviled
birds aren't real. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say. Birds are not real. You can't look at the death birds and tell me that they're real, man. That ain't real.
Are you saying that they're American plots?
American pots?
Plot, like government plot, America.
Oh, yeah, like no doubt, right?
Because birds aren't real.
Because birds aren't real. Exactly. They land on the rocks so they get charged.
Spellblades pointed at.
You know, they charge that way because they're not real. Lactose is heretical. Exactly.
Roger is also heretical to some degree. I forgot about that. What's the English say? It's sign of a heretical practitioner? How is he heretical?
Bro, because he's obsessed with Godwin or whatever, man. What?
So he always had these emotions, and is that why he's heretical? Despite his cool face? Like, aside from him fronting? I don't know. A sagehood?
Utter detachment, and no one notices anger, grief, regret, or fear. Aw, just a little guy that wants to be heard. I love Rogier. He's such a sweet little guy. Well, he laid with Fia, so there's that at least. I mean, yeah, he got that dog in him.
Interesting. Because we've got, like, Kenja associated with the heretical people, and Kenja are obviously, like, sages.
Okay.
But I would have thought that they were kind of affiliated with the Academy. Okay, yeah, I just don't remember a lot of this text because they're definitely deemed heretical. Maybe there's more of like a through line here.
I'm taking notes. Are you guys taking notes out there? I'm taking notes. Prince of Death Staff?
Yeah, the perfumer headscarf makes sense because they're the snake dudes. And why sages though? Isn't this Willem set or Wilhelm, whatever he's called in this game?
Willem, maybe. Perfumer set.
Chadwick says Roger was of the Cuckoo, a better swordsman than sorcerer. Oh, maybe. Right. He learned something he should not have.
I mean, he was really deep in the sauce about the god. He had already gone into Stormvale, and
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if the heterodox comment works for the Renala stuff specifically, because now I'm wondering whether or not the Rayulukarians, the Karian royal family, was considered heretical.
I mean, to a degree, right? Because they were against in opposition to the Erdtree until Renala married the dog.
But
you know,
in terms of like the sorcery stuff goes, the stars, I believe, are meant to have originally been the orthodox, and then the moon stuff kind of like hijacked it, which was seen as heterodox. So I'm trying to like think about that. That's
interesting. I never heard anybody like say like they considered the stars as orthodox.
So that was like the before the Renalan times. I don't know like what is actually considered orthodox anymore.
Personally, I think there was a schism a while back between the astrologer, like the Carian astrologers, and the Nox themselves, because I think they had a difference of opinion, and that's where the group split off, is like really early on in the timeline. Just a hunch, but like it's just because of the way.
I definitely agree with that. But
they practice differently, but they both believe in the same thing essentially when it like at its core.
Right. I mean, Renala splits off for the moon stuff, but Ray Lucaria does predate Renala.
Yeah,
herself.
She's a Protestant. Whatever, man. Like it's, like whatever. Renala's boring. She's a Protestant. Okay, she sits up in her office. What do you want? The
Lazuli Glintstone crown. I'm blind. Where is it?
And if you are Protestant, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying just making the connection between.
So taking the stars and the moon and seeing them as like equal was the heresy. So I'm not sure if that implies the moon was the heretical portion or believing in the stars. I'm pretty sure it'd be the moon in this context.
Well, it's interesting too because like for instance,
Okay.
when the Catholics split off from the Orthodox, there was the Great Schism, and it had a lot to do with just like the exact wording of the Nicene Creed. So that makes sense that they would like get all up in arms over like which star you believe in or whatever.
So
Kind of petty because they all believe in the stars, but
this makes it sound like the moon would have been the heretical portion. Wait, does this? Oh yeah, definitely. Duh. I was like looking for the kanji. So sage is heretical. Moon stuff is heretical.
What the dog doing? Yeah, it probably would be the moon, right?
In this context, yeah.
That is banned in the academy. Oh, the moon is banned? Right. The Great Schism activates my Halo Sleeper Agent programming. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, and then the Snow Witch hat definitely makes it explicit that it is heretical sorcery for real, though. Okay.
Oh, Snow Witch hat. Okay. Yeah, that's what makes me kind of think that there just had to be something that happened between them that like made them kind of like think different, even though they're kind of same, different, but same. Lazuli robe. That's right. Yeah. And you know what I noticed earlier about that? Like the Azur and
Is it that Azur isn't blue?
Azur, yeah. Azur, yeah. That those robes, they have feathers on them. I thought that was really interesting.
That's Lusat's robe specifically, I think.
Or Lusat. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I have noticed that as well.
I thought that was really interesting. I didn't notice that till today, and I was like, oh, they have feathers. That's really weird. I never noticed that.
All pointy hats are heretical.
All pointy hats. Me and my homies hate pointy hats. I think the Carians are also like really boring though. Like for real though.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're like one of the more like it's like because it's so political. You know what I mean? There's a lot of political back and forth, and, like what people believe in. And
I do wish there was more of that than what we got. I
do too. I just wish it applied to like more of the lore. But then again, it's like I find more of the like ancient dragon stuff more fascinating in my head. I think that's like
the ancient dragon stuff.
Yeah, it's so vague.
Does that include Dragon Communion or just like the ancient dragon specifically for you?
No, like just like the ancient ones. Like Dragon Communion is interesting, but it's kind of like sad too because it's just like you literally have to partake in the killing of dragons to become a dragon, and that's just kind of sad to me. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's
or maybe the dragon was already dead. You can't let it go to waste.
Maybe the dog was already inside of you all the time along the way.
I have legitimately wondered whether or not that could help explain the situation with the giant crows and dogs in both the consecrated snowfields, mountaintops of the giants, and Caelid. Whether or not they had kind of done a pseudo-dragon communion by eating parts of the carcasses of these kind of modern dragons and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, either that or maybe like it was like some kind of something else I've been cooking on was like maybe it was like a concept of the Crucible because it's like it seems like there's like this back and forth in the Crucible of like no it's this now it's that no it's this now it's that and then all of a sudden like things kind of got set into place, you know. So I feel like a lot of stuff popped out of the Crucible that like doesn't really match anything else, you know. It's like unique almost. So yeah, that kind of interests me too. Like the like Ratatasker and Smotown have a talk where they talk about evolution, and like the de-evolution. God, I struggle with that word.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's de-evolution or like devolution.
Devolution, de-evolution. Either way, like just that concept, you know, of like some things getting stronger and other things. Sacrifice. Yes. But like, yeah, it's like. It's a very interesting concept of like, you know, which things survived.
So I do have like more pointed thoughts to go with those pointy hats about heretical sorceries and whatnot. So obviously this is like super speculation because I'm like only just thinking about this stuff right now. But it seems as though we've got a number of so-called like heretics, and those seem to be the what are they called? Primeval current type sorcerers, because that's what you kind of get with the heretical rise and whatnot. The sage stuff is also primeval current related. Then beyond that, you also have heretical stuff with the Rykard stuff and the Briars of Sin and whatnot. So like the sacrifice based stuff. And then all of the moon stuff is also considered heretical. So it seems like orthodox sorcery, for all intents and purposes, is star stuff. Which, if that is the case, it's curious that the primeval current wouldn't be included with star stuff more specifically. So I don't know whether or not the orthodoxy changed after Renala came in, or what lens all of the descriptions are working from, or if it's like if it's sorry, let me
I
try
thought
to like
that because maybe I'm just like free jazzing off a smo here, but because Renala like came down, like she was kind of like she had to fight her way up like the carrion like thing, and then like the academy was made. I don't know. I actually don't know the carrion lore, but like I thought that she that she made her like own thing that was separate from the carrions.
She
like,
definitely
on purpose.
Renala? No, so like Renala established the house of Karya, and the school kind of was like bewitched by her. So
I know
does
nothing
that
then. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's fine. I mean, definitely appreciate like the honesty there. But so like once Renala like bewitched the academy, they kind of made her like headmistress / queen, and she kind of like became like legitimate royalty because everyone's like, oh man, this stuff is the bee's knees. And so that's kind of like the brief rundown of the Karyans. I just don't know if the lens of the item descriptions is static in reference to what is considered heretical, or if the lens is being adjusted here. So what I mean by that is like the Karyan stuff was definitely considered heretical at one point, but
well, like then Renala gets married to Radagon, and he steals all the war secrets, and then runs back to the capital with them, right? Like,
well, not only that, but like Renala banishes the primeval sorcerers, and so if the star stuff is also primeval current stuff, then was it made heretical after the fact, or was it always heretical to begin with? Is kind of like my big brain question right now.
I think it in my opinion, it's like always been heretical in opposition to the Erd tree, because it's like even though the Erd tree itself is star stuff, but like people don't know that, so people it's like the star, like believing in the stars would be like completely negate like believing in the Erd tree, so i.e. that's bad. Like,
so you did just remind me that we have the line that the Erd tree commands the stars in the night sky now, so you might kind of be onto something there by pointing out stars equals Erd tree now, because in my mind I always think of like Karyan astrology withering on the vine, and that would be before the Radagon times, and I tend to believe that the Elden Ring didn't exactly control the fate in the night sky back then, or if it does have an affiliation with it, it didn't exert as much control over the fate in the night sky back then.
Yeah, I mean, because like it comes down the Elden Stars, it comes down, right? And then maybe that's whenever like it changes from like stars out there, because now the star is here.
Well, if you believe that, then you run into the issue of trying to place the Elden Ring and its arrival kind of like after Renala and her astrology are still active, or you need to account for Renala's astrology being active despite the Elden Ring, which is still a possibility.
I always think of the quote that's like, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd tree.
It's one of my favorites.
Over countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. I fucking love that line.
Protection
I love
of
that
the
line
Erd
so
tree.
much.
I finally remembered it.
Yeah. I can never remember the name of the actual item, but I always remember how it goes.
Yeah.
I love that line.
All right. So Ash King actually had a really interesting question a moment back. This is like more translation stuff, so like sorry to kind of go off on a brief tangent here, but I think you'd probably be interested in this as well. So he asked,
on it.
how can the dark moon sword, whatever it's called, can be the relic of the Carian princesses, plural, if Renala is called, quote, the last queen of Caria, end quote. And in the same time, some sources call her the founder of the Carian royal house. So that is an excellent question. And the answer...
I'm going to sit as a student and listen too. So go
on. The answer comes from the way that Japanese is ambiguous and doesn't often distinguish between singular and plural. So... hold on, where is it? Is this right? Oh, I'm looking at the ring, not the sword. Dark Moon Greatsword, right? Is this it? You said princesses, plural. Maybe I should just look that up. And this is why I like work with the English sometimes, because I don't remember what item corresponds to what. So what? Discarded palace key? Opens a treasure chest passed down to Carian princesses. Okay, yeah, so I forgot this item existed entirely, to be honest. So the English here does say princesses plural, but this Oljo can be read plural depending on the context, or it could be singular. But despite all of that, for what it's worth, we are told of actual legitimate princesses plural in the Carian filigree crest.
Yeah, Chadwick Dillon. I was about to say that to you. Was Chadwick said filigree crest?
Yeah, and that one is explicitly plural in the Japanese. I'm pretty sure. Kingdoms, princesses. Okay, so how do I phrase this? In a certain sense, it doesn't say princesses like plural with like the tachi suffix, but it's very clear with the context later on by making sure that Rani is like the only Carian princess. To me, it makes it sound like there should have been other princesses in the past, which we just don't have
I think so too.
about.
Like just like based off of like I don't know, like instinct. I don't know. It just seems like the Carian family probably stretched back for a while, given that they came from the astrologers in the mountaintops, right? So it's like there had to have been more than one princess in that time, especially given that Renala, if you think about it, Renala was a queen or is a queen, so she had to be a princess before that, right? Like just naturally, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but who knows? Just like based on like normal logic, like she was probably a princess, right? Like so it's like, well, she probably had a mom, right? Like,
well, I don't think that there were like any queens which predated Renala, because we're told she established the House of Caria after she came to Rey Lucario. So the way that I look at it, and I don't remember what description uses
I don't know
generations, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the Black Moon items.
I should probably like actually learn the lore around the Carians. It's like,
right, what was the actual
blue
item?
Magic stuff, man.
But to answer Ash King's question about the...
I love Ronnie. Ronnie's different. She hits different. You know what I'm saying? She went and learned from the crone. That's different. My husband was like, what do you mean you like Ronnie? I'm like, yeah, but that's different. She learned from the snowy crone.
Hold on. I'm trying to remember what item.
For what? What are you looking for? I could probably actually help you with that.
That talks about like being passed down. Oh, maybe it's the ring. That talks about like being passed down from generation.
Yeah, I was gonna say the ring. It's either that or the Renala's like glintstone staff. Those would be my two best guesses for that.
Let me look at chat. Maybe somebody... Stargazer heirloom? No,
Stargazer.
That one talks about like the history of Renala.
Renala, when she discovered her own moon, right? I think so. God, see what I mean? Even chat doesn't know. Maybe the Sword of Order. Or something.
I should know this. I'm like drawing a blank.
Everybody draws a blank because there's so much Carian stuff, and it's all just like moon.
Oh, okay. This is it. A moon greatsword bestowed by a Carian queen upon her spouse to honor long-standing tradition. So That's it's
carrying
kind of
this
true,
out.
but not exactly. So these characters right here just kind of means like for generations, it's been passed down from the queens plural, queens plural, but it's not exactly true to an extent.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's deception in the Carrion family. Wow, who would have thought? You know what I mean? Like, they literally got a guy making puppets in the back room, man. Like,
so the part of the reason why I say it's not exactly true is because we do have our favorite hearsay device, Toyu. So if Toyu means like it is said, essentially.
Toyu? Yeah,
exactly. So I guess the English doesn't have the it is said here. Okay, that makes sense why I tend to forget about it. So this is kind of like a story of it being passed down between generations of Carian queens. So as far as that is concerned, this can imply that there are Carian queens, but it's just kind of a story, and stories are kind of like separate from fact. It's a fact that a story was told, but we don't know whether the story is based in, pseudo game reality. And so with Ranni saying that Rennala is also the last queen of Caria, and the Stargazer heirloom saying that she established the House of Caria.
Wait, say that again?
I was trying to say that... Damn it, you distracted me, no offense. So in the fight with Rennala, Ranni pops up and says, like, spread word far and wide of the last queen of Caria, and she talks about her mother Rennala. And then in the Stargazer heirloom, it says, the young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. And this is written as a factual piece of language, so I just kind of feel like I have to take it at face value. So because this is more factual, and the Dark Moon Greatsword does use the hearsay line there, I tend to believe that the other description should come first. And of course, Ranni is suspect herself, but I feel like Ranni probably has a bit more authority about like what Rennala is. But I mean, to be fair, that whole situation with Ranni coming out of like Rennala herself or the Amber Egg itself, whether or not that be like the real Ranni or like a defense mechanism, is still sketchy as hell. And there's a lot of room for disagreement with all of this.
That's fair. The way I interpreted the Ranni thing is that it was a trap that she set up. It was just like just like how it's probably not actually Morgoth that we, face when we are on the bridge outside of Stormvale. It's like that's probably a trap that is just activated upon. Maybe it summons him, maybe it doesn't.
So Feo and Crunchy have brought up a pretty good idea in that because the primeval sorcerers would cut out their hearts and implant them in like their glintstones into new bodies, then you might be able to technically have multiple Carian queens despite it essentially being like one all along, perhaps.
Yeah.
So that would definitely work.
Yeah, like what Nemo said, Ranni just wanted to protect her mom. Like, yeah, like she wanted to make sure nobody would come and hurt. Like, regardless of them, putting her up in the library, she just wanted to make sure that nobody would hurt her at any point.
And then Slade also wonders if some of the Carians were banished to the Shadow Realm for some reason. There's a good possibility because we are told of multiple Carian princesses, but we don't know.
But then again, Ranni's spectral though. Like
now she is, but she wasn't always spectral.
Wait, but no, but like whenever the trap activates, I was thinking like, of course she could just go on the megaphone. Like she's literally spectral. If anybody activates the trap, it could just be her, just like on the megaphone. Like, what are you doing to my mom? Step away from my mother.
Open the doors.
The glow my queen was carrying. Elaborate, please.
It's the United States. Open up. No, but
what?
That was like a Bill Wirtz kind of joke because like your cadence reminded me of that History of Japan video. Stop being closed. Anyway, maybe you've never seen it. Anyway, so one of the issues that really bothers me about Ranni and Rennala in general is that even if you become Ranni's lackey, even if you become, well, I guess you can't become her husband at that point. Even if you mostly finish her quest, she will still pop up as the defense mechanism for Renala, even if you've like killed Blythe and have started the quest.
Yeah, so then it could definitely just be a trap, just play this voice recording whenever anybody steps in my mom's office.
Snex says Morgott likely uses possession in his first fight. Remember the other fight near the front door? So I don't know about the first fight because there's no corpse after the fact, but definitely in the second one outside Lingdell, he's like possessing something.
Yeah, because it doesn't leave that's a good point. Yeah.
Hate to break it to everyone on stream, but sometimes the lore isn't super consistent at times.
Dude, no, they like literally say it in plain Japanese, man. Like Miyazaki was like, we literally made the story fractured so specifically so you don't understand it. But he never hold on.
Story. He never said anything quite like that. But just to be fair, I wouldn't put words in my man's mouth.
I don't know, because he calls it maybe the Japanese is wrong that I read, but the translation of the interview was like we made the story fractured to like encourage. I'm not quoting it exactly here, but it's like to encourage people to like theorize and try to get to like, there is a story, obviously because it's written by George R. R. Martin.
I think what you're saying now is slightly different from what you said a second ago, but it'd probably be best to
Sorry, I was being dramatic. My bad.
Like, I like to tone it down a bit, stay as grounded as I can. No offense.
My bad.
It's all good. That's why, we got the dual thing going on here.
But like, I think he's intentionally, he wants us to know that there is a rhyme to the reason. Like, someone did write a story and it does make sense, but to us now, it doesn't, right? Like, because there's just all this like stuff that seems like it connects and kind of seems like it goes together, but it doesn't quite. So then you got to wonder who's not telling the truth, that's kind of like one of my favorite aspects of like looking at the lore and discussing it, and also kind of one of the most frustrating parts for trying to interact with people who don't necessarily see things that way or are as skeptical as I am at times. That's fair. I mean, even Benoon and I we've gone neck and neck about this, like about who the narrator is and like
it's
why they're
patches,
saying things. Probably, dude. Like, I don't know. Because they say like the walls of Lindell have never been breached. Yeah, they've never been breached, huh? So
I do have thoughts about that if you want to get into it, but I do want you to finish your point. I don't want to keep interrupting you.
Just like that, like, like kind of like you gotta like wonder, like, is this a mistranslation? Is this like,
I think that's always a fair question. And for what it's worth with the Ramparts thing, it is not mistranslated based off my memory. There might be something else to it, but I feel like that would have stood out to me like a huge smoke signal.
Like, even just, like, the way, like, obviously, like, Godfrey talks about himself, and if, like, you took all of his items at face value, it would be, like, you'd have a completely different picture of the guy, but it's the fact that it's, like, it has...
Actually, did you say Godfrey or Godric?
Godfroy, whatever, man.
No. I'm legitimately asking because I heard
Godfrey. I don't know. The way that the lore in general is kind of represented there. It's like
no. It's fine. I just kind of like want to build off that because I think like that's a really good point of like one character that's probably one we shouldn't trust in Elden Ring, although he's so like minor, it kind of doesn't matter. Even
right.
Godric, like I am the Lord of all that's golden.
I mean, we have other characters being like, yeah, don't trust that guy. He's an idiot. He's just like, he's like a fraud, like just pretending, playing dress up at the castle, like, so it's, so I feel like that's kind of put there as like I consider that like a psychological lesson in learning that the first boss, we're not necessarily supposed to trust everything that we're read.
Right, but then I do think it becomes a bit more difficult when we have characters like Roger who are implicitly friendly and explicitly friendly to the player character and legitimately want to help them out.
I want to trust Roger,
who may or may not have as much information as they think. They may, have a certain lens in which they're viewing the world, but they're still trying to be as helpful as they can. So that's kind of like where I think a lot of the difficulty comes in trying to...
Yeah, like what's their motive? What's your angle? Like, what do you want?
Yeah, exactly. Like sussing out the truth. Do they have the full story is kind of like one of the biggest questions I think we should ask ourselves about every NPC. I think even Muriel, despite, being like one of the most reliable sources of information, I do have doubts about its information at times as well. Not that I think that there's anything wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's more to the story at times.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that there is, just because it's like, I'm looking at this kind of like from the context and the background of like, I went to film school. I'm an artist. I get it. I understand how to slingo the lingo on themes. So it's like, I'm looking at like the themes of like, okay, don't trust Godfrey, whoever, the Godric.
It's
like,
all
don't
good.
trust Godric. My God, all of them. Don't trust Godric. Godric is an untrustable character. And his whatever he tells you is probably a lie. So I'm like taking kind of that ideology and like working from that, like, what do I trust? What is telling me the truth? Like, probably most of it, right? But then you gotta wonder is what's not telling me the truth? What's lying? Is something a lie? Was history truly written by the victors? Like it makes you wonder these things,
Yeah, I definitely think at times history was written by the victors, but
Right.
I also try to take all descriptions that don't use speculative language or hearsay at face value for the most part. Because I feel like as soon as you doubt one description, you are on that slippery slope.
That's how I feel too. Yeah, it's like it's hard to like. I'm trying to take everything at face value, but then whenever you introduce that ideology, it's like, do I trust it? Sorry, I cut you off. My bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, fair is fair.
I just got excited. I'm just like,
no. I feel like as soon as you doubt one description, it just kind of puts you on a slippery slope that then every description can be doubted. And then as soon as you open yourself up to that kind of criticism, I feel like a lot of discussion kind of like goes down the toilet because it's a quick race to the bottom about like what is actually reliable. So for me, the line that I draw in the sand is all item descriptions which don't use speculative language, hearsay, etc. need to be taken as fact until they're like
proven
directly
otherwise.
Contradicted. And then if they are contradicted, how and why, maybe there's something more between that relationship that needs to be explored, and there might not be a contradiction at all, which has definitely happened before in FromSoft games.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I definitely like you're one of the like listening to you talk about like where you draw the line. Like I think you've kind of said something like that in your own way in another video, and like it's definitely made me be more like strict about I try to like really be clear about I theorize or I'm thinking this is my thoughts on it, like really making that clear language in my script to like differentiate between that and like an item.
You have no idea how happy that makes me. We did it, chat.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, like you were the person that like made me start really like doubling down on that. Like I definitely should be like saying this item description reads like this, and then I read the full item and then I'll be like, okay, so like I don't know, this is the way I'm interpreting it,
Yeah, it's pretty rough to tell like what is
heavy
pretty stable,
yes.
like theorizing versus that heavy speculation, as Throne says there. Yeah,
that's why I kind of made the whole series that heavy speculation, is just because I really wanted to like kind of have the catch-all umbrella of like, hey, let's start like making like game theories again, man.
It's pretty rough because even when people do give that disclaimer, I still think it is important to frame your language in such a way that
it makes it clear so that way we're all working with the right information,
Yeah.
Like it's really frustrating to like not when people, someone's like working with the wrong information, they're cooking on something or cooking hard, and it would make sense if it was like that, but then you're like, no.
Oh man, that happened just like last night on stream. I felt so bad because
no.
I liked shoot, who was it? Let me get out of this real quick. Yeah, we were watching one video by a tragedy, and he just had like a little bit of off information, which allowed him to cook. But unfortunately, because that information was off and didn't mean things exactly the way he thought, it kind of like shot a big hole in a lot of his arguments, which is just really unfortunate. And so that's the kind of thing that I think is like, ironically, the most tragic about kind of coming up with these lore theories. And I honestly try not to begrudge anybody who's only like working with the English text, because I can't expect them to work with more than they have, So that's kind of like why I like to focus.
That's why you gotta be open to us Zelda tubers coming over too, because we be like we're like masters at this. Like we're like, we compare textures. We like look at the exact framing of the language. We'll read the Japanese version. We go and we go to the mountains, like it's just because it's interesting whenever you like find a translation for something. Like I it was like relearning the entire Zelda series whenever I really started getting into the Japanese.
Really? I would like to learn more about that, if you don't mind going on a small tangent here.
Yeah, man. It was like a lot of the stuff like just kind of changed my frame of reference. Like there's all this stuff about like how the ocarina, how the people who made like the songs behind the ocarina, the sharp and flat, the brothers, the composer brothers, they like made a bunch of songs that like they shared like Japanese with the songs that are in my god, it's been so long since I had to recall this information, like Majora's Mask, and like they might have been responsible for like Zelda's Lullaby, based on like some of the kanji. And
so these are like callbacks in later games to stuff that came before that was more apparent in the Japanese because it's consistent. Okay, yeah, I definitely understand where you're going with that.
Yeah, man. So all of us started really cooking, and there's only a couple of translators in the community, so it'd be like just there. We have a table, so it would be like going through the table and like looking at what kanji matched what, and then like just they definitely are good with using words across different games to like call back to other things, and it makes you just go down like a rabbit hole of just like, oh, what if this is connected to that, like. So I had never heard any of the Japanese translations, and a lot of the Zelda tubers in the last, I would say, 3-ish years started really going back and going through translations from like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and like Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, and like really breaking down the kanji for the benefit of all of us who just were obsessed and wanted to know what was going on. And like there's this God's clan, for instance, an entire clan that they just entirely omit from so yeah, there's a God's clan, and the God's clan was responsible for like the wind stuff and the wind tribe, and like then there's all these different factions of wind tribe that there could have been, and we wouldn't have known this had it not been for like the translators in the community giving us the kanji, because it's kind of gatekeepy with like more of the intricate like lore facts. Like,
no, I definitely understand that, because that's kind of like a lot of what I've been focusing on with the FromSoft lore stuff.
Okay, that was a tangent, my bad.
No, it's all good.
I'm back. I came back to it.
I asked for it, did I not? I axed it.
God's clan. Yeah, there's the entire God's clan.
Oto Ako said, isn't Zelda's Breath of the Wild diary in Japanese much more detailed about the pre-war era and much of Link's actual background? Okay, so obviously haven't really played Breath of the Wild to know, especially between the two different versions of the game, but I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason for that could be due to character limitations, but that could just be cope. Because this definitely used to be way, way, way more of a thing like back in the early days. Because I don't necessarily think it's super fair to get upset about like why the Zelda lore might have been like really.
If I'm getting down to it, I think it was the pandemic. People were working in separate offices. Like you can't really collaborate on a game when you're not all like in the same space, like looking at each other's content and like being able to work as a team. I think that's really what it came down to, if you're asking me. So that's why I'm like, I'm gonna give them grace. I'm gonna wait till the next
Breath
game.
of the Wild came out way before.
Breath of the Wild's good. Yeah.
No, Breath of the Wild came out way before COVID though.
Well, no, oh, sorry. I was saying that for Tears of the Kingdom, but like, yeah, Breath of the Wild. I feel like they did a really good job bringing new characters in the story, but this still kind of called back. It's not exactly the same, but I think they did a good job, like telling the story and like.
All right, but like going back to like the actual nitty gritty details there, like if there are character limitations for like your lore notes, that could cause certain things to get truncated because they might not have enough space on the screen to work with English letters to tell as much as they can in the Japanese. And that is definitely especially true for the earlier games with like the Super Nintendo and like N64. Japanese characters are a lot smaller and more condense a lot more information than English. So it definitely makes sense that there's going to be things lost in translation there. But I don't know the specifics about like the character spacings for Breath of the Wild or even like Tears of the Kingdom. So that's kind of like my working theory as to why there might be some of those big discrepancies beyond just like other like
I mean, it was also like I was finding like, mistranslations. Like me, I don't even know Japanese, and I found a blatant mistranslation. In
what, if you don't mind me asking?
It was about the statues being big inside of the depths, and like it describes the statues as being like colossal. But then it says like in the English, it says like not the ones in the Hebrew region of the depths. But it's in Japanese. It's like literally, it is the Hebrew one in the depths. The colossal statues are like those bargainers. Like, and it was just like, oh, okay, you know, like. But I was just like upset that I was like,
it's
just like, this doesn't even make sense. Like I was like reading it in English over and over again. I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. Like, what are they talking about?
I definitely understand, and obviously I don't know the specifics. But another possibility could be that whatever ended up in the final build of the game could have come from an earlier draft of the story that got translated that was later updated in Japanese and not updated back into English or the other languages after. Because I've definitely seen evidence of that in Bloodborne, because I know enough Korean, although it's gotten really bad at this point, to double check some of the Japanese descriptions to the Korean ones because the languages are so similar grammatically. And when there are instances where the Korean matches up almost word for word with the English, but neither match the Japanese, that is a huge smoke signal of a previous fire that has since like burned out, and that there must have been... So
like they're translating from the English to Korean as opposed to from the Japanese directly.
No. So it's actually the opposite. Because English and Korean are so different languages, the same way that English and Japanese are so different. If English and Korean match, that means they had the same source. But now that source is different from both English and Korean, which implies the source material changed and the translations are from a different draft.
Okay.
And that might have happened with Zelda as well. It wouldn't surprise me because like there's really tight deadlines for translation stuff for multiple reasons, and there's also timing stuff between like when a translation studio gets their product, they have to take the time. They didn't even
have the translators listed, or maybe they did, but I don't think they did by region. I think they just said the company. I can't remember exactly. I might be like not right about that, but it wasn't like there was no script supervisor either.
Oh really?
I don't ask me why. It's bizarre because in every other game they've had one, so I don't get it. I'm not trying not to be like super skeptical about it, but it was a surprising thing, and it just kind of would explain like a lot of why there's like little there's just like little things in the lore that just like don't match continuity, even just between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like just the continuity between those two games, because it's supposed to be a direct sequel, but there's a lot of things that make it seem like it's not, if that makes sense, just because like it could have been just like a translation error, like you're saying. Like it's hard because like the game came out, I mean it's only been out for a year.
You
and these
wish
things
that there were updates and stuff. I totally get that.
I mean, wish that there was text updates, like just
I was honestly a little bit shocked when the Dusk-Eyed Queen was revised fully to Gloam-Eyed Queen, because stuff like that is pretty uncommon, especially for FromSoft games. But
I think they're trying to polish this one.
The last point that I wanted to make with the translation stuff would be, there's also a bit of a time delay between when a translator finishes a work, sends it back to that company, and then for that company to take that updated text and port it back into like the newest version of the game. So there's a lot of ways where things can go wrong in the process to have like a bit of a scuffed final product, unfortunately.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I think I would have been happy to wait. But you know, I think they learned the lesson. I really am hopeful that it'll change.
Yeah, me too.
I really am.
That
I think
like,
I think
Zelda
that
fans
people
could be happy.
People have flamed them enough. I'm not here to flame. I'm just here to hope that it gets better.
All right. Let's move away from Zelda since.
Sorry, yeah, that would be good. I think.
All right.
Because I don't want to go off on a tangent. I will.
It's all good. Ash King has a really good question. Sorry, this is more like Japanese stuff, I'm assuming. He asks, for me, is there a visible ambiguity of Marika and Radagon being a single person from the start, or were separate persons? Or am I 99% sure it's implied they're single beings from the start? So this isn't necessarily like a linguistic based thing exactly. So there is a very slight flavor difference between what you get with the statue reveal. I don't remember which way it's phrased in English.
I'm interested.
Sorry, the dog's distracted me now. He's woken up. Radagon. I should probably just type is Radagon.
I thought it said like single person being or something like that. I just like
that's
vaguely
in the
remember
remembrance, but that doesn't necessarily speak about the beginnings of them.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know.
Do I not? Oh, okay. I don't think I have like the event text on this. Let me check out the Karian archive.
I feel like that's something that's just like argued back and forth. Like there's never been a consensus. Everybody's either like team like they're always been together, or team they joined together later on. Because of the Leal Hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god.
Radagon is Marika in English. Where's my mouse? Okay. So in English, Radagon is Marika, but the Japanese is kind of different because the way... Oh, man, I don't want to go into like a particle lesson because this is like one of the ones that's...
what does it say? Of? Is that like of?
What,
Radagon of America? Yeah, I don't know.
Not exactly.
I kind of have a basic understanding of particles, but not really.
This is like a compound particle, so to can be one particle, wa can be another one. But when they're combined this way, they have like 5 different meanings.
No.
It's a matter of personal interpretation, even for Japanese players, to be clear here. But the nuance that I get from this specifically, it says Radagon to wa Marika de aru. So Marika is obviously Marika, Radagon is Radagon, and de aru means is or exists, like essentially. So the way that I like to translate this phrase in particular,
so it's like Marika exists Radagon, or the other way around.
It's like that which is Radagon is Marika. So the English is kind of backwards, but not exactly, because English is a bit more flexible that way. So Radagon is Marika. It's a perfectly fine localization. I'm not trying to like bash that. I'm just saying that there's a slight nuance that I don't even know if you can really convey it between the Japanese to that. It's like that which is Radagon because of this Toa, and other people might disagree with me about this.
Will you G-show that one?
Sure.
For
this
the
is
class?
probably
I'm the class. I wanted
G-show is not the best resource by any means, especially for particles.
It's just good for like understanding how, I guess, like the conventions of it in one place. Like, just
Stack Exchange. You don't
like a wiki, I feel like, for phrases.
Hopefully this... This one isn't like the most easily digestible.
But like, how does it say how to use it? Like,
hold on. Well, the issue is this one's focusing on a specific instance that Towa is being used. Tofugu might be better. No, this is like the Super Wa one. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, that's not good. Sorry, let me try to find something a bit better.
No worries, because I'm just as interested as everybody else is. It's just like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean exist is of? That's fascinating. I want to know more.
So, okay, just to give like a small, quick, like Japanese breakdown here. So, setting aside the issue of toa for now, because it can have multiple meanings depending on the context or whatever somebody's working with, because ambiguity is like a legitimate, what's the word? Device, like rhetorical and like literature device in Japanese, but English likes to be a hell of a lot more precise than Japanese on these kind of fronts. So this is kind of why things tend to get lost in translation sometimes. Oh shit, my chat was stopped. Sorry about that, guys. Let me look real quick. Radagon wa America da. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but kind of. So De Aru is, as Crunchy says, da, but it's like the more like formal form of it, essentially, which means to be, to exist, essentially. So Marika exists, that which is Radagon. So like that which is Radagon pretty much exists implied because of Marika. So Marika is Radagon, but it's
what?
Like pretty much all of Radagon
I feel like you
is
just
kind of
made
implied.
me more confused.
Yeah,
like,
I'm trying to get there.
I don't even know how you did that, but
it's because you asked me to like jump ahead rather than
Oh
review.
no. My bad.
Okay, this one might be good. Okay, yeah, this one looks pretty good. All right. So about toa. Toa is an emphatic structure that is regularly seen at the end of sentences and will imply that the statement before it is shocking, appalling, or unexpected. In English, it translates... That's not this part of it, so sorry. In English, it translates very similarly to think that a and that it... What the hell is a sentence? In English, it translates very similarly as to think that a in that it expresses a strong emotional response without expressly saying what that exact response is. So you guys can ignore that. That's a different function of it, which is why I was trying to say like there's multiple elements of this.
Okay.
Oh no, this is all the end one. I did not read.
I would have never expected.
So I lied. This is not the best one. They probably have other toas.
Maybe that's like where the exclamation... Isn't there an exclamation point in the English version or something?
No, because this is specifically like the emphatic one that's coming at the end of his statement, whereas this version of toa is kind of like being used as a positive in some ways. But that's probably the wrong term to use, but I'm struggling. It's pretty difficult to like talk about this sometimes because it's like more of a vibes thing than for me than like actually having
it's
like
vibes based. I mean, I understand. I get that because like each kanji
I don't want to use
has so many meanings and it all depends on context. Like especially of how it's used in the sentence, so it has a lot of nuance to it, and that's. I mean, like you were saying earlier, it might even be something that's more like locally based, like something that's like native. I don't know. I thought you said something like that, but like, just like
Okay, this is perfect. All right, so it can indicate a word or phrase being defined or for which a definition is being asked. And this is kind of the way that I think it's being used in this context here. So I believe the toa is supposed to define Radagon. So that's why I said that which is Radagon is Marika. It's kind of like the way that I would translate this. But to can also be used as kind of like a quotation mark. So in a kind of weird, maybe hyper literal way that I wouldn't really suggest people use, you could say like that which is called Radagon is Marika, but don't really go about that. Let's go back to just the resource.
That makes sense though.
All right. So in this example here, UN toa kokuen no koto desu. Kokuren no koto desu. So UN refers to the United Nations. So this is defining what the UN is because it's Kokuren. And Koku is country, Ren is kind of like short for alliance.
So it's like it is. Okay. So yeah, it's, this is literally this. Like it stands for this or like... Yeah,
the UN is a thing which is an alliance of countries. So
it's like an the abbreviation is the full version of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like this is that. Okay.
And so this is probably like one of the more common ways you'll hear like towa being expressed. So rida no joken towa nan deshou ka? So joken means like conditions or prerequisites. Towa is like trying to bring focus to what the conditions of leadership are, and it's asking a question, but this gives it like a certain kind of emphasis rather than just like a straight question, because it kind of like wants to define what this is in like this context in a way. So that's kind of how I interpret the towa clause working with like what Radagon is to Marika. And the funny thing is we still haven't actually answered Ash King's question despite all of this linguistic stuff. All right, so that's the case that I think is being used for it right now. And then
Radagon is just vibes.
Yeah, this one is not okay. Maybe it doesn't have too many of the other kind of forms of it listed. But another way that towa can be used is that it can be used between two clauses that are opposed in meaning. The first clause represents a concession to the second, usually in the form of towa ye, as in though or even though. So
and hiding spells covered by the lands and veil. That's nice. I like that, Philip.
All right. Sorry, getting distracted.
No, it's good. I was just reading chat. I liked what he said.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So yeah, this one isn't really too important, I guess. So I don't have like a super good resource offhand for like towa. Maybe the Wiktionary was good. Did I skip over that? Why did I skip over? Okay, so it indicates that a word or phrase is to be defined, or it's just an emphatic version of to mean with, short for toman wanakata. Did not think. Okay, so even the Wiktionary isn't that great for towa specifically. So, okay, either way, like this stuff kind of validates what I'm saying, that towa can be used to kind of like define what Radagon is in relation to Marika. And to answer Ash King's question, this...
Good night, Aiden.
This phrasing kind of makes it sound like all of Radagon is kind of Marika, or stems from her, is kind of the vibe that I get. So this leads me to believe that Radagon comes from Marika, and it makes me less likely to believe he was a full-on separate individual beforehand. So, sorry for going on like the super incoherent tangent for a while there, but hopefully that answers the question after all this time.
Marika, Towa, Radagon.
No, that's backwards. You don't want to use that
Radagon, Towa, Marika.
Dearu. Yeah, because if you say it backwards, you'd be saying like pretty much Marika is Radagon, which implies that Marika is defined because of Radagon, meaning she would kind of like be of him rather than the other way around.
Desu. That's about all I know.
My condolences.
Yep. Nope. I am interested in. I know how kanji looks. Whenever it's that good stuff, the old stuff or the new stuff, but I couldn't tell you specifically what any one kanji means. I recognize particles. That's about it. I have no desire to speak the language, but it's kind of cool. I like the way that they use language.
Yeah, it's very interesting, like how kind of poetic Japanese feels in contrast to English because of such like, because it's so much less exact because it's a much more high context language.
Yeah, I mean, like, but it conveys the ideas pretty effectively and quickly too. Like you were saying earlier, like with the amount of space that it takes to say something in English, like comparatively to Japanese, it's like, you know, some things in Japanese be like 5 kanji long, and it's like a whole paragraph. In English, it's like, why is it a whole paragraph?
Like to actually,
I'm exaggerating.
I know,
like, you know.
No, but actually, you kind of are in a way. The only way you're exaggerating is by adding too many characters. So there's these things in Japanese called yoji jukugo, which are like 4 character proverbs. So this is borrowed from Chinese. Actually, let's just look. Anyway, Yoji Jukugo is based off of 4 characters. Okay, so Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is like a really famous Chinese proverb. based off. It's not based off of the movie, but the movie is kind of like based off of like the proverb. So there are 4 different characters, which has like a story associated with it that people kind of know. So it's essentially like a paragraph's amount of meaning contained in a very dense amount of information. So you're kind of like right, although I believe there's kind of a little bit less of that in general in Japanese than compared to Chinese, but nonetheless, your point still stands. That just kind of like reminded me.
English dumb. English really dumb, dude.
No, I think it's just different modalities of expressing ideas. Because in some ways,
English,
I feel
not effective at conveying ideas.
I don't know. In many
is.
ways, I feel like Japanese is way more vague than English, which can be very frustrating when you have such terminology where you want to be more definite, but Japanese just doesn't have the same
I wonder if the translators
tools.
in Japanese in Japan are like they're over here like reverse. Like they're translating the stuff from English and they're like, no wait, dude, like it says this in English, so maybe this is more like using this instead, like that kind of mentality. Like they have to like reverse translate. I was wondering that actually like earlier today. Like I wonder if they translate the English back into Japanese for more context.
Oh, you mean Japanese players? Yeah, they definitely do that. Yeah, for sure, they do.
That's so funny. I don't know. That's funny, but like. To hear the grass is always greener. Yeah, exactly.
For real though. Yeah, but unironically they do that because, like I said, like the language is vague no matter what you are working with, and so
more context, right?
Yeah, more context. It kind of doesn't matter what lens.
It's a context-based language, right? Like you need like a lot of context usually to understand Japanese. So it's like seeking more context kind of brings more like light to the Japanese, I guess. Probably, right? Like just for more understanding.
I can't really say because like sometimes yes, but no. Like,
but I wonder if they're like finding nuggets of English and then they're like, wow, like this is so profound. Like.
I don't know about that. Like, I haven't heard as though there's like been made any like really big discoveries from working from English into the Japanese side of Elden Ring, just because like a lot of the stuff in just Japanese is stated a lot more plainly and is kind of more accessible than the English in a lot of ways, because you got to remember that the English text is also localized, so it's dressed up and made a bit more prosaic at times, whereas the Japanese it's definitely prosaic, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't have that little bit of extra window dressing to like make it veer off into more unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
18 Sith, nice to see you again.
Yeah. I definitely see that perspective.
All right, so I actually did have one more question before we actually got into the videos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, we get sidetracked by chat, but it's fun. I figured you were interested.
I think
as well.
it's fun too. Yeah, I'm here for the ride.
All right. So one final question before we potentially get to Banoon's video. So, do you have any fears about what the DLC may bring?
It's gonna be really hard. That I won't be able to beat the boss. What if I'm too bad at a game to be a boss?
Summon.
Even if I summon, what if I'm bad at it and I can't beat the game?
They'll solo it for you, right?
Yeah, let me solo. Get him on the phone, someone. Please come to me personally. I need your help. I don't know. I'm bad at game, but I'm definitely here for the lore. I struggled through the game the first time, but I just used whatever was available to me. I ended up more leaning on summons towards the end of the game. And then at the beginning of the game, I was summoning like actual players. But yeah, I'm not very.
The ending of the game definitely scales up into like real glass cannon territory.
I wish you could beat the boss with any build. I just had the wrong build to beat them, and I tried like 400 times, and it's just like I couldn't beat it. Then I changed my build, and within like 5 tries, I beat it. And I was like, that's kind of like, I wish I
Yeah, I was
Like,
talking briefly about that on stream yesterday. I feel like Melina can especially be really brutal against certain playstyles, whereas like the beginning parts of the game are not nearly as brutal by any means.
Nah, Melina is chill. She can, I was fine with Rock Goddess being really, really hard regardless. I summoned the Wall to help me. Got him as a summon. He's the one that helped me actually beat Melina. But yeah, that was probably the last time I summoned a character, and then I did the Fire Giant by myself with Mimic and Torrent, and then I did Malekith with Mimic, and then I think I had trouble with Malekith with Mimic, so I went and I got Tish. And Tish really helped like move around the ring.
Yeah, she's got that range attack. She's pretty good.
Yeah, I just need the balance. I need to like be able to have the diverted aggro, like be able to like have something that like takes the aggro off of me for a second. Like it's a skill issue, right?
No, I don't necessarily think so, to be honest. Like unironically, I do think Malekith as Geraint more specifically is a lot more problematic of a boss to fight because he is so ridiculously agile. He can punish heals from a range which is just very unintuitive to expect. It's also hard to hit him because he does create distance quite frequently, and he also has a lot of hard-hitting projectiles. That one's the more Malekith form, which, he is problematic, but I feel like the legitimate Malekith part is a bit more skill issue. He doesn't have as fewer openings as Geraint does, but to be fair, he is a little bit balanced around having a relatively smaller health pool, but he's still a real pain in the ass for sure.
Yeah, after that, I mean, I didn't struggle with Gronk, but I definitely struggled with Malekith. And then
interesting. Were you trying to like Blasphemous Claw parry farm, or was it just his moveset and stuff?
It was his moveset,
okay.
I think, because I scaled into sorcery for funsies, and that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, I did it melee. Maybe
everybody
I could
was
see that.
Putting up their videos, and they were like, casting big magic moon mommy spells, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I want to be a big magic moon mommy. And then I didn't like it as much, actually, because I started Dex Faith, and then that's actually what I ended up being at the end, was Dex Faith. Yeah. So
interesting. No, that's fine, because I did melee pretty much my entire first playthrough, and the reason Geraint gave me trouble is because he made spacing, whereas I didn't have as much issue against Malekith because he would come in close and kind of stay stationary at times, so I could eventually actually deal damage to the bastard.
Yeah, it's hard to change builds too drastically. Yeah, that's exactly what the problem was. It was just like, I don't know. It was just like, people were just like, yeah, just try it. You could change your build. It's fine. Brr. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. And then it just was a horrible time. Like, I beat the Fire Giant with like my dumb broken mage sorcery build, and it broken as in like just bad. Like, it didn't work. It was really bad. And it was just kind of like pieced together. I don't know. It wasn't a good time. And I was just like, I'm not having fun like this anymore. So, because I was running Reduvia pretty much the entire game. Blade of Reduvia. I really like that blade.
I definitely see the struggle, because on one of my second playthroughs or third playthroughs, whatever, I also tried to use the Reduvia, and it's pretty rough making it work.
It falls off, right? Like, it falls
really
off toward like Altus Plateau. It's just
Nereus kicks the hell out of your ass, and then you're like, what is this? This doesn't do what his did. Why not?
This doesn't do any damage to anything. Am I healing them? Like, I don't know.
It's not quite that bad, but you need to be able to reliably proc the bleed, which can be kind of difficult, especially against certain types of enemies.
Right, the knights, like, you can proc the, and once you proc the bleed, it's actually pretty quick after that. But procking the actual bleed on the knight is the hard part, and it sucks. Yeah, grab the peeler. That's actually what I ran the second half of the game. So I was running peeler with in my offhand I was using, or like in my switch hand I was using the black knife. So like switch weapons, and it would be like between the peeler, the black knife, and the peeler had quick step on it. So, and then in my other hand, I had a dagger also with quick step on it, just in case I wanted to use like both my double daggers at the same time, because then I can do the special with the 2 daggers at the same time. Because it was like no, that's right, because I was running Reduvia with on my offhand with the black knife as my second, so they would, with the black knife and the Reduvia, it does the special. So I thought that was cool. Yeah, it was a fun build. I really had fun like that. Because like it's like it allows me to do range or get up close. Splash splash. I like being stealthy. I usually, most of the game I was running like a bow. I had a bow and arrow, the long bow, and I would get special arrows and I would just kill things from afar, because battle makes me want to cry.
I haven't done like a bow build yet. I kind of want to do it just because it seems freaking awful and it'd be a good experience for being awful, but I don't know. I mean, awful in terms of like actually gathering the materials. I mean a pure bow build, and just like working with the crafting system.
I mean, it's not too bad if you're like an explorer type like me, because like I pick up everything whenever I explore. Like I love to explore.
Maybe so, there's enough variety in the consumables to make that work, because I would almost expect there to not be an abundance of reliable resources if you're like dying or something like that.
Yeah, no, it's not bad if you're like the exploratory. I like picking up everything, and I'm like a little hoarder. I like picking up everything from dishes to like pieces of rope. Like I'll pick up anything. Like
I'm that way on a first playthrough, but on the second one, it's kind of hard to keep that motivation up.
Yeah, I still pick up everything, even on my like camera accounts, like on the ones that are specifically just for filming. I'm just like, I still just walk around and I just pick stuff up. Like it's like I'm a little goblin. I'm like, I see shiny, I have to pick up shiny. Shiny. It's glowing. It says that I have to pick it up. I pick it up.
I've honestly annoyed myself by like continuing to pick up items from enemies that have died, because I'm like, I already have 2 of all the weapons in the game. I already have all the armor. If I pick up more, I'm just gonna have to like drop it later. Don't do it, but I still do it just because like it bothers me to leave the little glowy white things on the ground. But the crafting materials don't bother me as much though.
I mean, but like I didn't really use the special arrows that often. It would just be like whenever I knew that like enemy had a weakness, I'd like go craft like 100 of those arrows because I had the materials or whatever. So I'd be like, I craft 100 arrows for that specific enemy that I'm like having trouble with, or like buy 500 arrows from the shop, and then just most of the time I was just running like normal arrows, just like straight up plain Jane arrows, because my bow was so leveled up and broken, because I like put one of my special smithing stones on my bow, so, and it was totally worth it because it made it like really, really strong, like dummy strong.
All right, so then, did you have any fears about the lore that'll be introduced in the DLC? Are you afraid it's going to shatter any preconceived notions, or are you just purely excited?
They kind of already shattered my notions, because I was like, they're probably going to go with some dumb, because I didn't know how DLCs go.
Oh, that's fair.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, they're probably going to do some dumb Golden Order stuff, and it's going to be boring and like Golden Order. I was like hyped for it, but I was like, it's probably just going to like flesh out the most boring parts of the lore. But they went with the most interesting parts of the lore. It's like snakes, flame stuff, like these gruesome omen-esque enemies, omen-esque as in like, I don't 2 guys in a trench coat. Enemy, like, what is that? I don't know. Fascinating. So the architecture is really interesting looking too. It's like you can tell from even like super far away when they're getting these like wide shots. It's like that has like a lot of like engravings and runes, and I wonder what that is. I can't wait to look at that up close. Like, so yeah, no, I'm actually like really hyped for.
And you said this stuff has already shattered your expectations?
Yeah, because I always keep my expectations pretty low to the ground. I'm just like, I just like to be interested in whatever I'm looking at, and if it doesn't interest me in any way, I'm like, that's so boring.
So, because I was just keeping my like expectations at a minimum, like probably some lame Golden Order stuff. You know, I didn't know what to expect, so I was just like, I'm guessing. Well, since I don't know anything, Golden Order, right? Like, obviously.
To
but
FromSoft's detriment, historically speaking, all of their DLCs have pretty much always outshined the content of the base game. I honestly don't know if Elden Ring can like recreate that formula. I think it's a really high bar to hit off the bat, but based off their previous track records, this might be a banger and might be a bit of a doozy. And then Ash King's worried that the DLC won't answer any old questions.
I think it'll give us it won't answer the questions. I think it'll give us context. I think it'll just give us more context to work with, more frame of reference to understand, because I think at the end of the day, they like the Discord. I mean, think about it. There's like, what, 75 plus me plus last protagonist in here. So 77 people in here just sitting here talking about the lore. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's really cool. There's people constantly just like so much discourse. It's not just like a one and done, which I like that. I think that's really cool that like so many people, you know, will just get together and like talk about the mysteries and be like, what does it mean? I wish I knew. You know, I like that part, and I hope they continue with that like kind of methodology, because having like communities to come to and talk about mysteries is cool, in my opinion.
Speaking of which, do you have like a Discord server, or do you want to like plug anything of your channel?
I have
if anybody
a secret
wants to follow
Discord.
Oh, okay. For your secret members, it's all good. Yeah, if you have any socials that you want to plug in,
if you can find it, then you can be a part of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotta go on a lore hunt then.
Yeah, I think you're in the server. I thought I've invited you.
I don't believe so. I've been cast to the gutter all this time.
Oh no, I just don't really invite people. I mean, not that there's not people in the server. It's just kind of like it's posted in some places.
Yeah, if I was better at this whole social media thing, it would have occurred to me to like, you know, plug all your social stuff a bit more vocally at the beginning of the stream.
It's okay.
If anybody's curious about like Moxie and her channel, I do have it linked, I believe, somewhere in the video description, and it was also like one of the first comments that I posted today. Maybe I should change my pin to something of Moxie's. I don't know.
No, okay. I'm just here for the ride. I'm having fun. I mean, we're all having fun, right? Like, I'm just here for the lore. I'm like, yes, people to sit here and talk, because I'd be like trying to sit with my homies and talk. We're like playing a League of Legends game. I'm like, what do you think? Like the Black Knife is about? Like, what do you think the Finger Slayer about? And they're like, what are you talking about?
Bottom's missing.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, but bot. Go bot, yeah. I play more ARAMs, but it's just like, oh my gosh, watch out! Oh no. Anyway, I probably shouldn't have used my flash there. So, what do you think the Finger Slayer blade is about? And they're just like, can you like, what are you talking about? First off, and I'm like,
I don't see Finger Slayer blade in the shop. How much gold is it?
It's like no, bro. Like you don't get it. So like, yeah, it's like, I'm just excited to have people, obviously, to talk to about the lore. It's always exciting stuff.
Nice. It seems like people in chat really want to know more about the Gek, aka the Glowmide Queen.
I want to know more about the Glowmide Queen, man. I need to know. I don't want to put that in my list of expectations for FromSoft, but if they put that in,
I don't know. I don't necessarily expect the Glowmide Queen herself.
I don't expect it at all. Like, I don't think she's going to.
But I think there's probably going to be some more expansion on the overall idea of death in relation to everything, since we're getting like Crucible adjacent stuff.
Yeah.
Gek is a red herring. Galamoth is telling us.
Man. Maybe.
She's a red and black herring. At least get the colors
There's
right.
like, what, 3 items that mention her?
Well, more if you include the god skins, but essentially, yeah.
So like what, 8? Like
you got it.
Who is she? I need to know.
In before Crunchy says Melina.
Yeah. Sure, man. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with her. Miquella's the Glowmide Queen. I don't care. Torrance the Glow My Queen. I'm with it. I just want to know.
Yeah. Despite all these hard-hitting questions, that was pretty much the end of the list. I didn't ask who your thoughts were about like the Gek and stuff. Just wanted to get some like.
Dude, I'm still not made up on
way.
it. I like all the arguments that come with it. There's a lot of people super cooking on it. You know, they're always cooking, and I love always hearing how, because the way I approach lore is like we all work with the same information. As long as the information is right, anything's fair game. Like have fun, theorize, go for it. Like, because I just love hearing all the different ideas. Torrent is an omen. I mean, horns. Hello, horns. Like, yeah, exactly. It's I don't know. You know, it's like I'm here for it. I'm here for the Glow My Queen. I just want to know what her existence is about.
All right. So
Glow My Queen
with
is
all
really
those,
just friends we meet along the way.
With all those questions out of the way, do you have time to potentially go over 3 hours, or is like 3 the hard limit?
Oh no, I'm chilling, man.
Okay,
like,
let's actually get to a video now that we've talked some shop and get our reactions to Banoon's An Ancient Dragon Lost to Time. And apparently you have a bit of a history with Banoon. Do you want to share anything?
She's my best friend.
She your bestie?
She's my bestie. I love her. We talk on Discord every day. She's from Germany.
Oh, really?
She's German. So she reads she'll read the German stuff.
Was
stuff
she
that
the
we're
one in
confused
your
about.
video where you were ranting about Zelda for 3 hours? Maybe that's too vague. And the one where
yes, that is the one.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought that could be a possibility, but I couldn't quite remember.
I just did a video with her the other day. She was in my Shadow of the Erd Tree video briefly. Yeah, I don't know. We talk every day.
All right, sweet.
For hours. I love her. She's awesome.
And you said you've watched this video, so this is a bit of a fake reaction from you.
I mean, I'm here for it.
Okay. So, all right, everybody, we'll go ahead and transition into our first and probably last video of the night. Let's be honest here, with An Ancient Dragon Lost to Time by Banoon.
Yeah, and feel free to pause as you see fit. I'm here.
Oh yeah,
for
and
it,
if you want me to pause,
yeah,
I guess we didn't discuss this. If you want me to pause at any point, just speak up as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And sometimes I'll space out because I might think of something or somebody in chat might distract me, so I might rewind a bit at times. But yeah, okay. So
no doubt.
Warning. We are very close to fan fiction territory. If you are uncomfy with highly speculative theories, please leave. I'm talking about you, Kyle. That's my German accent. Not really. So
very, very authentic. I felt it.
Absolutely. I am German, Not
I am German.
Not nationality. Or not nationality wise, but definitely ethnicity wise. So anyway, here we go.
A great ancient dragon, Gransax, once reigned calamity upon.
Sorry, I always try to be courteous for
capital.
Non-native English speakers and try to have the closed captions on. So.
Hey, yo, would you pop me up a stream on Discord just so I can?
Oh, because you're gonna be delayed. I don't know if
That's
Discord
okay.
Be delayed too. I also don't. Well, the thing is, my internet is really crappy.
No, it's cool. You know what? We're good. Go ahead. You got it, buddy.
I'm sorry, I forgot about this.
No, you're good. You're good. I understand.
This is the reason I got to stream at 720p. I ain't got the bandwidth.
Understandable. You got it.
Sorry.
A great ancient dragon, Gransax, once reigned calamity upon the royal capital. This marked the dawn of the war against dragons.
Have you ever really looked at Gransax? I mean, really?
Yes.
Because I did. And while I was looking at him, I realized there's something weird about him. No, there's something weird about this whole scenery. And after my research, I came to the conclusion that he's not dead. Hi, I'm Banoon, and you're welcome to join me on my journey discovering the mysteries of Elden Ring. the lore is very complicated, so I'll recommend to take my hand, subscribe and like the video as I get through it. Before becoming an Elden Lord myself, my brain was mainly occupied by Zelda and the mystery surrounding it. But with the latest Zelda DLC, game, Nintendo gave us barely any mysteries to think about.
Rip.
So, when I booted up Elden Ring, I felt like my need for mysteries was finally satisfied. Because, I don't know if you have noticed, but the world of the lands between hides many, and I mean many, mysteries. What's that? What's that? What's this? Oh my god, what's that? The only problem is, the game won't tell you much, or anything about those mysteries. You have to figure out what's going on by reading item descriptions, or looking at certain things and where you find them, and then you have to piece it all together. Somehow. And there's this one mystery that really stood out to me. The one of the ancient dragons. Or
That's some pretty solid cinematography and editing so far. I'm pretty surprised that this doesn't have more views than it does right now.
Yeah, she's been like, bro, why is nobody watching my video? It's really good. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's really good. Yeah, I've been teaching her some of the ropes. And I was like, dude, because she was like, I can make videos for your channel or help you. I'm like, no, you're going to make your own channel, dude.
It's pretty rough. Like, once the algorithm kind of figures out what you're doing, it can broadcast you a bit more. Although I'm going to get on my conspiracy board, like actual Pepe Sylvia type ass theories right now. And that, like, I think once YouTube has had like finally integrated that whole pay to promote your video, I've noticed like a lot more irrelevant suggestions in my feed at times.
Yes,
and so
dude. Like, I'm noticing my feed is like really annoyingly like not giving me stuff I'm actually looking for at all. Like, I don't ever get recommended people's Elden Ring videos. Like, I have to usually go through my subscribers or my subscriptions and like actually click on their name and actually see if they've uploaded a new video.
This might not be like the worst example, but this is kind of one that stands out to me. Oh, this is only 16 hours ago. But yeah, I've been getting like videos that have like 28 views that are recommended to me about like subjects that I've never looked up whatsoever.
Right.
So yeah, and I've just noticed that ever since I saw like on my studio page that you can now like broadcast your videos or whatnot. And so that really makes me think like the algorithm situation is super messed up, and it feels like it's way rougher out here right now. But that could also just be because like there's so much competition. Yeah. Like I feel like my Grace of Old video would have done a lot better if in like the before times. And like this isn't bad by any means, but like just the amount of like production and like the actual metrics that I've gotten on it in terms of like the likes to view ratios and like the clicks to impressions, I feel like something has to be up. Crunchy and V-Limit, if you guys are still here, do you guys have like any thoughts about that for you guys? And you don't necessarily have to share, but I'm just wondering how you guys are feeling. And obviously you guys have like a little bit bigger channels than both myself and Moxie, but that's just kind of like my conspiracy soapbox.
I mean, like,
here.
honestly though, like, I mean, it's been hard. Like, I don't know, it's like I was doing really well until like May last year and I fell off
that's
really
true.
hard.
Sorry, I got distracted by Crunchy. I didn't mean to talk over you. That's just a extreme habit there.
You're good.
Yeah, Crunchy hasn't uploaded in months. Fair, that's a fair point.
I thought you uploaded one the other day. Am I wrong?
He does live streams, but like the algorithm, honestly, like live streaming has been like one of the worst things for the algorithm, but something's seeming to be going right for me, at least doing the Elden Ring stuff right now. Like I've gotten way more viewers since coming back. So I think it's essentially just like the DLC hype, but my Hollow Knight stuff is, pretty small audience, which is perfectly fine. So it seems like YouTube's is pushing the ER stuff for now.
I mean, yeah, people are like, what was the lore again? I forgot.
Yeah. And yeah, it seems like others in chat are definitely saying the YouTube recommendation system is broken for them as well.
I always like to assume that it's always me, that I'm doing something wrong, like I'm just like in my head, I'm like, it's me. I'm the one that's wrong. And I've had that mentality for so long that it's hard for me to like be like, maybe it's not me.
Well, it's
I
a
don't
bit
know.
weird because we do have like actual new faces coming up. Like Tim Diggity's video just popped off, which is great for him. I'm not trying to say like, oh, this dude paid for it. Absolutely not. I'm just saying like
No,
it could be
it's
a product
it's the
of
thumbnail.
like all
like
the competition is really rough right now, and he did have like a fantastic thumbnail. I'm surprised he
did.
changed it, to be honest, but
I like it. I'm just like, yeah, that brain goes, yep.
yeah. No. So and admittedly, like my thumbnail game is weak. Like I like this, but it could be better. I don't know how to make it better, but anyway.
Preach.
All right.
Preach.
All right, getting off that tangent. Chat, give Banoon an actual view if you can sometime. I'm sure it'll help
guys, she's so good.
her. All right. Oh no. Crunchy's siblings watched a bunch of Sheldon Bazinga videos on his account, so his recommendations always have been whack.
No, you can delete those, by the way. Just
It's
so
too
you
late
know.
now. He's in purgatory. He's in hell.
Oh no, you haven't clicked on none of this. Oh no. Sorry, go ahead.
It's all good.
Well, one special, Ancient Dragon. If you remember your first steps beyond the walls of Linda, you surely remember the stunning view of the dragon I'm talking about. This one. This beautiful and majestic creature is Gransax. I love him. When I looked around, I saw this guy praising someone with this beautiful flute. They must be praising Gransax, so
I take it all back. I noticed the HUD in a shot a second ago. I love him. Definitely amateurish right here.
when I looked
Got him.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
No, it's kind of funny because that's just like one of the things that I like to pay attention to as a content creator. I'm like,
It's like, did they take off the HUD? Is the save in the top right corner?
yeah.
Yeah, no,
and
I'm guilty.
Funnily enough, I noticed that in damn, I'm so bad with names. Tim Diggity, Tim Diggity's thumbnail actually has the HUD on the torch section. I noticed
it.
because I took his thumbnail and edited a bit for this video's thumbnail, so I saw that he had like the HUD in his thumbnail, which is extra funny to me.
Yeah, it happens, man. Happens.
All right.
It's authentic. Hell yeah, exactly.
All right, go back in.
around, I saw this guy praising someone with this beautiful flute. They must be praising Gransax, so I decided to join them. And after adoring Gransax for a while, I knew, in order to find out what really happened here, I had to move on. And not much is known about him besides the fact that he attacked Linda and caused a war against the dragons with it.
You know, if this video was titled that Gransax had died, I feel like she would have used the Song of Lament there. So it's a pretty good song choice to use the Ancestral Shamans.
Yeah, she did. I love a lot of her choices. Like, it wasn't like the first thing I would have gone with because like I definitely was like, I helped her out with some shots and some of the editing stuff, and like I watched it through with her like countless times.
That's really nice of you. That's really kind.
Well, I mean, yeah, man, she's my homie. I was like, she was like, I can help you make videos and like, you can take my ideas. I'm like, no, you're gonna make your own channel, kid.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, she does a really good job with the production value.
Yeah,
she does her own way
looks really
too.
clean right here. This transition into like the description and whatnot.
Yeah. She I was like, think creatively about how you're gonna present things. Like how are you gonna show it? So I was trying to hype her up that way. Like, how can you present this in a cool way? So
It's
she's
definitely
getting better at
entertaining
it.
so far. Yeah. All right, going back in.
There are only 3 items that claim that, but all of them are associated with the Golden Order on Marika. Heretical? Anyways, one item seems to be special and can still be found towering over the streets of Linda. The Bolt of Gransax. Which I don't believe is his, but we'll get there in a second.
Ooh, that's a bold claim.
I investigated this bolt with my buddy here.
Hey, she can
but
back it up though.
He seems to be just as confused as I am. Because the position it is in, compared to Gransax, seems so off. it is fairly assumed by the community that this dragon is dead, as his body is still in Lindell after the rampage against the dragons, where almost all the dragons were killed. But I do not believe that. I tried to figure out what happened to him, and as one does, I climbed his wing. I looked at him. I praised him. And then I had the gut feeling that something isn't right here. And I had the feeling that he is still alive. Kyle, why are you typing already? Can I please explain my theory first before you start commenting? Thank you. Okay, hear me out. Gransax is not the first ancient dragon we get to see in this game. So, this is what a living dragon looks like. Okay? Okay. And this is what a dead dragon looks like. But this is what Gransax looks like.
Nah, dead dragons, they turn into mist and disappear. That's what happened when I killed Placidusax.
Oh, yeah, no, totally wrong. Invalidated, absolute, canceled even,
Case closed.
And make sure you unsubscribe.
Pack them away, toys.
She did warn you.
Yeah, no, it's all good. VLimit says handmade captions always deserve bonus points. Helps with the algorithm too. So I think you are correct, because when you have your script input into the captioner thing, that can help Google determine like what people are looking for in the algorithm and like use the keywords from it.
Yeah, it does work like that. Most of my stuff is captioned, and I've fallen behind for a couple videos now, but most of the time I caption my stuff, and
because
it also helps because of like people who are actually like deaf, they can actually read it the way it is as opposed to it being wrong.
I know, because
cool.
I tend to script out my videos. I just throw my script into the auto compiler thing, and then I just kind of don't worry about it and say, I tried my best, guys. I can't take the time to
If
go
I would stick to my
line.
script word for word, it'd be fine, but I never do. I always end up moving stuff around, and then I don't make it reflect in the script, so it makes it... I just usually have to caption it.
What I do is I have like my base final draft script, so to speak, and then as I try to read it, I'm like, oh, this doesn't work. I will manually update it, and then once I'm done, so I'll manually update it when I change something like that I say, and then like I just kind of revise it as I go to match what I say, and then that's what I put into the Googles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So maybe that'll help you out, since you said you weren't keeping up to date with it.
Yeah, I have the blessing of having Charlie to. He usually takes over the subscription or the what do you call it? Subtitles. So
we heard him.
Yeah, he's like subtitles. He usually takes over the subtitles. He does a really good job at it, though.
Thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. So I mean, we've also been like busy, like doing spring cleaning. And stuff.
It's all good. You don't have to justify anything.
But I do. I want to. It's just like,
I'm giving you the out.
Around to it. Bro, like, it's been on, like, my to-do list in my head for weeks now. Maybe this is the push I needed.
Okay. All right, going back into the video. Which way does Gransax looks towards? The past, the future, things to come.
You can spot the difference, right? Okay, let me explain. A few months ago, before even playing the game, I watched Moxie's and others' Elden Ring videos on YouTube and saw Gransax for the first time. They all referenced him as dead multiple times.
Leyendell, another ancient dragon corpse that rivals the enormity of
his bolt, the weapon he has next to his corpse.
Got him.
We don't really see any other dragons using.
The great Gransax was slain. Their stone body and weapon
that dragon's
becoming this.
Okay, I hear enough. And this did not sit right with me. So I asked the Elden Lord Moxie.
It's kind of funny because when she was in the stream the other day, she asked my opinion on it, and I gave like a pretty non-committal answer. I'm like, is he dead? Maybe, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he's alive.
Right? I mean, because she was like, I have all the lore, right? Right, Moxie? You played this game for longer, like, right? Hey,
oh no!
Look on the screen. Elden Lord Moxie.
We found the culprit. V-Limit says, no, I wrote that video and consulted on the other one. I'm being exposed. Get him.
Oh no. Oh
Get
no.
him. Get him, chat. Shun the non-believer.
I wrote and I
What she
consulted
knows
on the
about
other
that
one.
dragon.
Damn.
She just said,
Oh no.
It is kind of mysterious. I guess you just have to play the game.
I know that
when I
voice.
did, I not only enjoyed every single second of playing it, I also had the chance to investigate the fate of Gransax myself. And believe me, I did. I inspected every inch of that dragon and realized he has more in common with a living dragon than a dead one. His teeth are still yellow, his tongue and gum are still purple, his head is still raised and not flopped down, and so on. But the most important detail would probably be that he is not crumbling. Yes, his wing is broken off, but look, the broken off parts of the dead dragons have this specific texture, but Gransax does not have this texture in his broken parts. Think about it. I also heard people blaming him for wanting to attack the tree, but I realized he is neither looking at the tree nor the city. He is looking at something different. You can take this with a grain of salt, because what I'm about to say is mostly speculative and not really set in game, but you still may enjoy what I have to say. I mean, this guy did. He wanted to clap, but yeah. You okay, buddy?
All right. So one thought that I have, and I would need to like go back in the game and kind of double check the tilt of the Erd tree myself in reference to Gransax's point of view there. Hold on, let me pull up some screenshots.
That's a funny wallpaper. Got wallpaper?
I've been using it since I was like in college or high school, something like that.
That's funny.
Which means like ancient times, as far as the internet
ancient,
goes.
and it is said that in the ancient times of the internet, that last protagonist put up this wallpaper.
The great before times. Okay, this is not the best one. I should just type in Erd tree. That'd probably make more sense. So this is kind of something that I pointed out in my video. Are you kidding me, Windows search? No item is matched. Oh, I mistyped it. That's why. Erd T, not Erd tree. Okay. So in my video about the Great Tree and whatnot and the Crucible, I pointed out that the Erd tree, in comparison to the older portraits of it, seems to be tilted. So I wonder if this tilt of the Erd tree could explain why Gransax isn't looking at it. So maybe it should have been more to the left as we're looking
Well,
here.
that's what I said in my theory. What do you mean? Exactly. I
maybe-
said, like, he struck that with a thunderbolt, and then that's what made it go bzzz, and then it tilt. If you look at trees that are struck by lightning, it looks like the bolt went through the lightning went through the ground and struck the tree, like, which is what created the kind of break in the
Where you like go up and through the throne, yeah.
Yeah, so like if you look at actual trees that have been struck by lightning, they look like that. They split. And they hollow out, which is also really interesting. So yeah, that was my theory. I'm like, yes, that makes sense to me, but she thought that was stupid, so she made this video. Yeah, dude, so you see the difference?
It's fine. I think that's a great thing that if you incensed her enough to make the video, that's a job well done, you know?
Yeah, I was like, prove me wrong.
'Cause
Tell
to,
me
like,
he didn't strike the... She's like, he's innocent! He's innocent! I'm like, no.
To leave people indifferent means like you didn't make enough of an impression at all, you know? So kudos to you. Yeah, as far as your theory goes, I really like it. I don't like fully support it, but
No, I mean it's kind of meant to just kind of break the mold and be like, hey, here's a fun idea. It's probably not gonna ever be confirmed, but like, you know, maybe. Perhaps.
All right, so yeah, I don't know like if the Erd tree was supposed to be tilted more to the left, and if that could account for the difference between the viewing angle of Gransax, but I kind of think probably not, because maybe not that drastic of a change, but
Yeah, and he could be like looking toward the forge longingly. I don't know.
the forge is even further to the right.
right.
From his point of view. I'm gonna back up
It's
to like
vague.
At the tree.
Yeah, I don't feel like the tilt could fully account for that,
Not
especially
a city. He's looking at.
Who knows? These are all
Something
just
different.
legends. Am I right?
No, I mean I like to take any theory as straightforwardly as I can, and I try to poke holes in it. And what I'm saying is, I don't think my counterpoint actually fully pokes a hole in this theory right now. So I'm trying to continue to take it like more seriously, you know?
No, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this seems to check out like my preliminary skepticism so far. So continue to hear more. She has not explained the giant spear yet, Galaboth.
No, not yet. But
she's got a Gransax crush.
Trust. She's got a great dude. You don't understand. It's fine. You guys don't get it. It's okay. She loves that giant. That's her baby.
All right, going back in. I'm gonna skip forward to the little gargoyle guy. Okay.
Yeah. You okay, buddy? Anyways, so this is what I came up with. While looking at the Dragon Communion Church and comparing Gransax to that at Dragon, I started thinking about those dragon statues with their hats chopped off. These do not look like they broke off with time. This looks intentional. So I started thinking that someone tried to cover up history here. And while researching for Moxie's Roman video, link in bio, I found out that this was a practice that was used by the Romans back then, where they defaced statues of prior emperors to erase them from history. Huh. And we know Miyazaki likes to use real-life history as an inspiration. So it is not too far off to believe that those who are in charge now have covered up the truth of the ones who were in charge back then. Like, those guys. They were also on a religious war against everyone who wasn't on their side. And this was also commanded by their leader. So, what if Gransax did not attack Linda, but... Kyle, I said stop it. I'm still not done. Let me finish my sentence. I need to show the world that my precious baby is innocent. Thank you. So, what if Gransax did not attack Linda, but got betrayed while protecting it? The position he's in is rather off for a dying creature. He looks like he's still clutching something in his hand, but it's empty. And then the bolt. It's in front of him, but the position seems also off. You see, his hand is here, and his body is facing or falling in the direction he's looking at. So, why is the bolt coming from left to right? Then I'm...
All right, so before addressing the lightning bolt stuff, I'll kind of like leave that alone for now. Despite everything, I would be against the idea that Gransax was defending Lindell, which is a very interesting idea. But as I like highlighted earlier in the stream, I tend to work with the text first, and with that as my framework, I work backwards from there. And try to,
this
like,
is
justify the text.
absolutely going on the assumption that like she does address it, if that makes you feel any better.
Okay, no, that's fine. And I was going to say, like, she has pointed out that this is meant to be highly
Because
speculative.
I was in opposition to this theory. I was definitely like, bro, but like, here's this, and this, and this, and you have to explain why it would be different. Like, you know, so she does a good job addressing it. Yeah. Like, she definitely, you know, is aware of everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Trust.
Well, even if you say trust, I do have like a bit of a obligation
No,
I feel,
rant.
to my
go
chat
ahead.
to like try to like go through my current train of thoughts, and if she can
For
like
sure.
address it later on, all the better for it. But I'm just trying to like give everyone a play-by-play as I currently understand the lore, and
Fair enough. Yeah,
how we
yeah.
can reconcile these kind of differing beliefs at times. All right.
Yeah, I'm with it.
All right, sweet, thank you. So, according to the Malformed Dragon set, it says, after the great ancient dragon Gransax attacked, which, implies Gransax wasn't necessarily defending Leyndell, the Sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. And like the Japanese is kind of equivalent. There's a slight nuance difference between attacked, but I feel like this is really minor. The kanji here kind of like gives the impression of it being like an invasion type attack rather than, I don't know how else to really interpret attack, which is why I don't really think it's that big of an issue, but there's just a slight, like, it has like more of a feeling of a raid than just like a generic attack, I guess, is kind of like the point. And then
I could see that.
The Golden
Like a
Lightning
siege,
fortification says that the War of the Ancient Dragons followed the assault. Yeah, this is probably the better word for it. The assault by the great ancient dragon Gransax. So that's kind of like the basis of my thoughts right now, that Gransax attacked and that spawned or spurned on the War of the Ancient Dragons. So that doesn't necessarily say that Gransax has died or anything, but so far I'm against the idea of Gransax being a defender of at least the current version of Leyndell, and there could be like more to it. So
No, that totally tracks. That's fair.
okay. Alrighty then, let's go into the video and see if she can change our minds. Here. Yeah, siege, kind of, but not exactly. More like assault. Assault is the better word. I'm gonna back up slightly.
Or falling in the direction he's looking at. So why is the bolt coming from left to right? Then I remember that I've seen Gransax's dragon type before. One that was still alive. Lanciax. And I remember her using the spear too. And she does that in a pose that is similar to Gransax's right now. So I went back to check. Hi, pretty lady. I realized that her spear looks totally different to Gransax's bolt. And the one from Fortisax doesn't match either. And looking at the ancient dragons and their spears, I realized that all of them have this type of spear. Which none matches the one in Leyndell. But do you know who wields a weapon that does look like this one?
Placidosax.
Placidosax. They are identical. And who is Placidosax? He was said to be Elden Lord before the era of the Erdtree. But then why is Godfrey called the first? While looking at Leyndell, I tried to find an answer and came up with a very interesting theory. What if Placidosax was indeed the very first Elden Lord, but got overthrown by Marika and Godfrey? We know from Godfrey that
a crown is warranted with strength.
So in other words, you have to be strong to become Elden Lord. It is also recommended to be stronger than the one you want to overthrow, to make sure you win. You don't own what you can't defeat in the lands between. So Godfrey and Marika needed to kill Placidosax. But how do you kill such a powerful dragon? With some help. And Godfrey is no stranger to fighting and befriending powerful beasts. We know that he once fought Sirosh and won. And Sirosh, being impressed by his strength, befriended him. Wouldn't it be possible that Godfrey fought Gransax at one point prior to his assault, and they became friends because Godfrey was stronger than him, just like what Godwyn did with Fortisax? And due to Gransax's size and power, he was a perfect backup plan. And with him on their side, they lured Placidosax close to Leyndell to kill him. There are multiple options as to why Placidosax would come to or close to Leyndell. We know that Marika and Godfrey first got rid of the giants, so they could make sure that in the worst case, the Erdtree, which at this point was still a sapling, would be safe. One possibility would be that Placidosax came to the mountaintops to check what was going on. He was the ruler of the lands between after all, and no one has the right to wipe out another species without his permission. Another possibility is that Godfrey even invited Placidusax to help him kill the giants, as they were also attacking the ice dragons. Either way, after the giants were killed, and with them the ability to harm the Erdtree sap, Godfrey attacked Placidusax from behind. He... Ow, ow, ow! Ow! I said stop it! First Moxie's video, now mine. No, enough is enough. Stop it. As I said, Placidusax was attacked from behind and started raging. I mean, who wouldn't? And attacked Godfrey, who quickly ran to Linda. There he told Gransax, "Dude, look! Placidusax is raging, attacking me and the city for no reason. Help!" And Gransax, trusting his friend, defended Godfrey and Linda by attacking back. But as Gransax is much bigger,
Hold on, I need to back that up and double.
There he told
Listen.
Gransax, "Dude, look! Placidusax is
for
raging,
sure.
attacking me and the city for no reason. Help!" And Gransax, trusting his friend, defended Godfrey and Linda by attacking back. But as Gransax is much bigger and had Godfrey and the army of Linda on their side, Placidusax had no chance, and in an attempt to win this fight, he quickly created his bolt, slammed it into the building close to Gransax, and he was ready to charge his big nuke. Gransax probably tried to stop that, as it would destroy Linda completely. It's even possible that in this fight Placidusax lost his head, and while he was startled by pain, he realized he had no chance. So he used his most powerful move against Gransax. He stopped the time. And Placidusax is no stranger to time mechanics. We see him living inside the storm beyond time, and he reverses time for us when we want to enter the boss fight arena. And his dragon incantation calls him the Dragon Lord that once dwelled eternal beyond time. But as Gransax was so big and powerful, and Placidusax badly wounded, he was only able to stop the time for Gransax, but not Linda and or Godfrey. But he was still under attack from Godfrey, so he chose to flee the battle, enshrined himself in the storm beyond time, and lost the title of Elden Lord with it. But Gransax, unable to move, was still in Lindell, as was Placidusax's bolt, that he was never able to fully charge. And as Gransax was not dead, just frozen, his body never turned into stone, and he never got brittle. Because of it, and his enormous size, Marika's allies were unable to remove him from the side. To get rid of the evidence, they were only able to break off one wing, but the process was probably hard enough, so they stopped. So his body remained in Linda, but the royal family does not want the people to know that Gransax killed the Elden Lord, and not them. So what did they do? They told the people that Gransax tried to attack the capital and the Erdtree for no reason. But the great Godfrey managed to kill this giant dragon and quickly spread the word of, "The dragons are the bad guys. We must kill them." That's when the War of the Ancient Dragons began. They roamed the lands between and erased all evidence of a dragon cult. Gransax was betrayed by his friend. He was blamed for something he never did. And with Marika erasing all evidence of a dragon ruler, Godfrey became the new first Elden Lord, even though he wasn't. But we know how manipulative Marika can be. So, when Godwyn was born, Gransax's body was still decorating the walls of Linda, and little Godwyn, curious what that is, went up to his father and asked,
"Daddy, what is that, and why is it here?"
And Godfrey explained to him,
"That, my child, was Gransax. A dragon. He attacked us, but I managed to kill him. Remember, my son, dragons are evil.
Little Godwin believed in his father.
Ooh, that's a toughie. Maybe she's gonna like walk this back to describe Godwin's friendship with Gransax. Well, not Gransax, Fortisax. Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts that I'm holding on to so far.
Yeah, no, I see what you're cooking. Yeah.
For anybody who's not like actually watching the screen, I do have like my notes on the bottom portion right here. So I'll try to get to all of them when we get there. Because honestly, this is probably like one of the longest times where I've not paused the video because you assured me.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, because I watch your streams. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah. But
you're like, okay,
honestly,
what is she saying? You're like, wait a second, what?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking. I've definitely got thoughts, but since you assured me, I'm just trying to hold off. Okay, going back in.
All right.
And grew up with the grudge against the dragons. As he got older, he went on to fight and kill the dragons. Until he met Fortisax. They also fought. And just like his father experienced it with Gransax, Fortisax was impressed by Godwin's strength and befriended him. This friendship grew to be special, but that's not the point. Fortisax, now trusting Godwin, told him what really happened to Gransax. How his father betrayed him and tried to kill Fortisax. Godwin was shocked and went to Gransax to remove his ox. So that if he ever gets free someday, he can see the truth, to not be fooled by Marika and Godfrey. He created the dragon community to make the people believe in dragons again. But this did not sit right with Marika. So she made a plan to get rid of her son, not unlike she did with Morgan Morgoth. That's when she told the Black Knives where Malekith is, so they could claim the Rune of Death to kill Godwin. But as Ranni managed to break the rune by killing herself at the same time the assassins took care of Godwin, Marika's plan did not work. Godwin did not die. So she turned to her last option. She shattered the Elden Ring. Not because of grief, but because she hoped that the demigods would turn on each other and one of them would eventually kill Godwin. And from here on, you know the story. I guess.
Alright, so I haven't heard quite as many explanations as I'd like to have heard yet, but I feel like this is probably still a good transition point to offer a lot of rebuttals to these ideas so far.
I'm interested to hear what you think on that.
Alright, so I feel like I do need to go back to the video to try to recontextualize when, like, how she views Leyndell during the time of when Placidusax/Gransax attacked, and whether or not she believes the Urgy was a thing there. But I feel like no matter her personal view on that, we do have a lot of item descriptions to kind of like discount this timeline of events, even with a bit of timey-wimey shenanigans, at least in regards to stasis.
It's more heavily leaning on the idea of like how we talked about earlier, like, do we believe every item description that's written word for word, or is there some stuff that's like lying for a reason? You know, it's kind of like leaning on that idea, definitely.
Right, but for me personally, I guess I'll like start pulling up the items and whatnot. Like I said before,
go for it.
I try to take this stuff at face value unless I see language which uses things like "it is said" or "is considered," "thought to be," etc., stuff like that. And so,
I'm with it.
The Bolt of Gransax, I'm going to leave like the weapon part alone for now, but just to set up the malformed dragon stuff, the way that I read this here, I'll read the full description. A malformed golden helm, adorned with various dragon imagery and worn by the misshapen tree sentinels. After the great ancient dragon Gransax attacked, the sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. Now, arguably here, you could say that maybe this happened before the Erd Tree was a thing, but I don't really feel like that's the most intuitive reading by any means. And because it says like the Sentinels had an epiphany, it makes me believe that the Tree Sentinels as a brotherhood existed in some form, which would therefore imply that the Erd Tree must have existed. Do you agree with that, or do you have other thoughts about that?
Yeah. Well, isn't there the item? Like, I'm not really sold on this theory either. Just to be clear.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
but you're a little more familiar with it. You don't necessarily have to answer for her. I'm also just kind of like asking your opinion
item that
as
like
a guest.
refers to the tree, like Erd Tree worship and dragon cult stuff is they're kosher with each other, something like that. There's some item that says
gravelstone
like
scale. So like because there is essentially gold in gravelstones and lightning, they're pretty much.
I think there's something that references it more directly though. Like
hold on, I gotcha.
Yeah,
So,
you remember what I'm talking about? Anybody in the chat remember what I'm talking about? It's like Erd Tree is synonymous with dragon worship. It's cool because they're both golden.
Hold on.
You know, it's like something like that.
The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erd Tree. Yeah. After all, the seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold.
Yeah.
El Gusto says, this is antithetical to LP. He trusts the items. Yes. With an asterisk.
Look, I like your system of because I was wondering how to address that too, and I actually don't mind your system of being like, oh, only the items that it is said. Yeah, because it gets really messy from there. It's like if you're doubting every single item, it's like, what lore is there?
Yeah, because then it's like if you can't agree on the basic facts, you just I don't know how you can like realistically proceed.
I wish she would have like referenced the items more, because we fought about this. I was like, dude, you should say the entire item descriptions, you should like lay it out. And I'm like, and she's like, no, I hate when people do that. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. Yeah, I know, dude.
It's fine. Like, I would honestly like to hear more about that. Like, why? Because as a content creator, and also just like the way that I feel about the lore is that it's really easy for things to be taken for granted. So that's why I meticulously like to cite my sources. So that way, if people want to fact check me, they know like what I'm working with, and I'm not.
You'll pull up the old Google and you will type in what is item description. I get you.
That's also why I like to have my direct translations and like the Japanese text highlighted for where I'm coming from.
The definition of source. Where's your source?
Or like fact check me, bro, falsify me, because if I'm wrong, it's gonna suck, to get my
Tell
ego
me I'm
bruised.
wrong, bro.
But I would rather be like actually corrected at some point and get the true like facts of the matter and whatnot. Because I mean, there's definitely been times where my community has like set me straight on some stuff, because it's almost impossible to remember every freaking line of text in the game. Like for a long time, I doubted whether or not Roderica was truly tarnished, and then someone's like, "Oh, bro, it says it in her like cloak, idiot."
Yeah, it does.
I'm like, oh, damn, it does. I guess you're right. Okay, but that's. But
it's an easy assumption to make, because she does go to the round table hold, and it's weird because like Hugh is like that girl you brought here.
Well, Hugh
like,
isn't tarnished, but
here?
he's there, so maybe not all people in the round table hold are tarnished. Is kind of what I thought.
They sit in the same room, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah. No, I see you.
Okay, thank you. And then let me double check chat to see if anybody has anything super spicy to say.
That's an interesting argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
Exactly.
Literally.
Okay. Yeah, and as Crunchy said, Roderica never saw guidance, which is kind of why I doubted she was tarnished, because I remembered that line specifically, but I just forgot the tarnish stuff because it's not like super relevant to her character.
Then isn't she tarnished because she like isn't the implication that she totally died in Stormvale? Like that's the implication, right?
Not necessarily her fellows died. She said she was a milksop crave and she like ran away or something.
But then you find it's weird because if you skip past you never pick up the her brooch that's inside of the red brooch. If you never pick that up and you finish Stormvale and you sit on the Grace of Liarnia Lakes, like her hood her hood will show up instead. Her crimson hood will show up on that pile of corpses underneath the giants. So like I took that like not like it's not like obviously directly said, but like I took that as like she died in there, right? Like
I don't know if like Roderica got brought back. I never got the vibe that she actually died there. I thought it was that her fellows died there. So who just called me out? Because maybe there's a different item description or something where Roderica is called tarnished, but I'm missing it. Let me actually try to like read this real quick because I just at a cursory glance I don't see the tarnished mention.
It just says Grace of Gold left the eyes or something. Roderica never once saw Grace.
Yeah, no, I thought she was like literally called tarnished somewhere else.
I mean, she literally goes to Round Table Hold, which is it's for the tarnished. So I mean, it's an easy assumption to make. You're not making a crazy jump here.
No, like because I got called out in the Discord and then I looked it up. Roderica tarnished, because there's like something that actually makes it. Hey guys, I'm Team Roderica is tarnished now. Okay. Hold on. Okay, Byron called me out, and then Roderica calls herself tarnished. That's what it is. Okay, I will pull up the quote. So I guess it is technically not an item description, so maybe Roderica's wrong about herself.
When did she say it?
So...
Chris.
I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us tarnished had such fantastic roots. The Round Table Hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. Wait, is this Roderica stuff? Maybe this is cut.
Well, I don't
know.
Although
it's all of it much for me in truth. Hold on, I've got tons of Roderica footage. I should have this.
Because I was thinking like, I don't know, because like for instance, we have to die in Chapel of Anticipation, right?
Not
so maybe there's something with Stormvale
but I mean,
and death
like we
that
should have
makes
died before we died there.
But then there's it seems like I don't know, maybe let me cook for a second, but like maybe it's because if we die in or around Stormvale, like that makes us tarnished. Because if you think about it, maybe like Godfrey became tarnished there because he died there and then he became tarnished, or you know, Roderica died at the Round Table and then she becomes tarnished, and we die at or not the Round Table in Stormvale, and then like we die at the Chapel of Anticipation, we become tarnished because it does require death, I think, because it's like the first thing we do in the game, right? I don't know. That was just my crackpot thought for a second.
I don't think so, because the very beginning thing with like the little bead of grace light that like touches your finger, the narrator's like, and one more tarnish that grace would bless, something like that. So I don't necessarily think dying in the Lands Between like makes somebody tarnished. It's having like lost the guidance of grace more specifically. So yeah, I also have the footage pulled up on screen right now with her referring to herself as tarnished.
Heck yeah.
All right. And so, yeah, Crunchy was confirming it. And then Space Cowboy brings up an interesting point in that Roderica wasn't brought to the Lands Between. She sailed there with friends. He means like brought by guidance. That's probably why she never saw Grace. That's an interesting way to think about it. That she may have like physically arrived there and she wasn't necessarily called. I could buy that. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Thanks, bro. Oops.
Yeah, sorry, I was working off the assumption that you like knew. My bad.
No,
see,
you're fine.
This is where your system comes in handy. She came by boat. It's in that Crimson Hood. It says she's like a noble from another land.
Faye O asks a really good question in that, considering my devotion / focus to the Japanese translations, what are my feelings towards creators making videos leaning more towards creative interpretations based off of art direction and symbolism? I think it really depends on how they're done. I definitely enjoy them quite a bit, but the way that I approach it, at least in the context of my channel, is to try to like work off of a framework of facts. And once I have that series of facts, then kind of build off of it, which is kind of like the opposite form of like deconstructionism with like looking at things thematically. So to give a more direct, actionable answer to your question there, the litmus test for any kind of framework that I think is gets tried to like be impressed on any FromSoft game or any piece of media in general would be, does this framework have more validity than any other kind of outside source material or lens in which we can like look at this piece of media, or can it be exchangeable with like another lens or framework? And if so, how do you reconcile those differences? And you don't necessarily have to establish superiority over any other ones, but for me to be more on board with a theory or a framework to begin with, I need to see that it's actually like more like directly applicable to the game than other frameworks. Because like, why should I go with alchemy versus Norse mythology versus Shinto versus Buddhism, etc.? You know,
I think it does a really good job of representing all those different communities, though, in its own special way, if you feel me.
Right. And then to like extend that point further, are such lenses and frameworks internally consistent with what I think the game presents us with? So I'm actually on the Discord. If you were in the stream when I looked at Elden Enthusiast's first video, and where he was trying to compare Elden Ring to the Gnosticism and Hermeticism and all of those kind of frameworks with Giordano Bruno's ideas. We're kind of actually having a back and forth right now. I've got like 6 pings in my server, and I think 5 of them are from him, saying like what framework, like why choose this framework over other stuff. I haven't read his messages because they like all came up while I've been live here. So yeah, I'm kind of grilling him the same way that I just brought up these questions here. Not because like I dislike these ideas. I always want like any
you're being critical. Yeah,
every framework to be consistent, and so I'm trying to apply that critical lens to his stuff to make his own arguments better and like more accessible to a broader audience, hopefully.
I was critical with her too. I definitely think there's holes in Benoon's theory. If you're asking me, like it's not totally soundproof. She addresses them each in her own way, and sometimes it's just like a quick like quip. She's just like, you know, like. I think that history was rewritten. That kind of is her like cover, because I was definitely more like, hey, you should like definitely say the items and say how you think that they're wrong. And she's like, that takes too much time. And I'm like, bro, just take the time.
No, it's understandable because I mean YouTube is a cruel mistress. The visual medium is a cruel mistress, and economy of words and time is paramount. Like for Elden Enthusiast's second script, he's like, "Oh, I want to give a shout out and thanks to Last Protagonist for looking at like my first video live on stream." And I was like, "Bro, cut it. Like the first 30 seconds are crucial. You don't need to waste time thanking me.
Yeah,
I'd rather
exactly.
you like get to your own points because." You need like to get there as soon as possible, you know. But of course, like
I grilled her over her fanfic thing, her warning label at the beginning. I was like, bro, you don't need that. It's like in the first 5 seconds, she's just like, I need it.
No, I think she does need it. I will defend her there.
Yeah, she's just like, bro, this is a fanfic. I'm like, all right, you know. But I see it now, especially after it's been a couple weeks. It's just like, yeah. Low-key kind of fan fiction-y, but I'm into it. It's cool.
It's all cool. I mean, despite, you know, having like these disagreements, I really like the idea that Marika and Godfrey could have like stolen the glory. Yeah. Stolen valor, but for real. But like I have not heard that theory in any capacity before.
I know, right?
It can make a lot of sense. It seems to really go against the so-called characterization of Godfrey and Marika, but they are so shrouded in mysteries themselves that it's worth entertaining, even if I like don't necessarily agree with the premises here. I like that
the
idea.
Exact like way she sets it up, like that. I don't necessarily agree with that either. But I'm just like, you know, you might be cooking whenever you say that she stole the throne. Like a crown is warranted with strength. You might be trying to say something.
Yeah,
it has merit. It's just.
I mean, I felt like that's always been the prototypical FromSoft message that like you can't link the flame, you can't end the hunt unless you have the strength to do so. And I don't think Elden Ring is that different. So Godfrey's line there is like, oh yeah, I know this old song and dance. So being like reminded that I'm taking such information for granted is welcome, you know.
I mean, yeah, like I'm on the same page. Like I'm just here for I love how people interpret. I'm always like, you know how it's like you interpret it like in your framework, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people that are like distrusting the narrator and like, but like we're all reading the same stuff, so it's just interesting how many different interpretations can come off the same lines.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just fascinated by all the arguments that have risen in like the last 2 years over the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah,
Like we just be fighting about like, no, Radagon was never America. No, Radagon was like partially. No, wait, they were the same thing the whole time. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
but we're all just arguing the same points over and over. I like that.
I mean, to be fair, like it sounds like we never get anywhere, but I do think that there's like a lot of insight and broadening of perspectives through the kind of regurgitation of topics that we've already covered like a million times, you know.
I'm with the regurgitation, bro. I'd be like saying Smode Town's words come out my mouth in my sleep, just like reading item descriptions, because like me and Charlie like definitely consume like a lot of different people's content, and like it's like everybody always says the item descriptions. I'm almost like excited when they start saying, and I'm like I start mouthing it along with them. Like I know stuff word for word, like so many lines. So I'm sure you're the same way. Like you'd be saying Melina's in America's own words, you know.
I mean, don't you remember right before the stream I was like, hey, can you do the Shabriri lines when we start? And you're like, oh, I don't know what they are. I'm like, oh, here's what they are. And you're like, let me look it up. I'm like, here's what they are.
It off. Yeah. That's so funny.
Yeah. All right. So we have 2 comments in chat that I wanted to like touch on real quick. One was,
go for it.
One was another one by Faye about how they distrust the narrator of the item descriptions, which I think is a very fair question to bring up. Like, why should we trust the narrator? But I would also question back, like, why do you distrust the narrator? And if you have like specific examples, I think when those kind of examples of why we should distrust the narrator crop up, in my experience, a lot of that stuff really tends to come from translational differences, which is why like kind of like the big focus of my channel, the launching point of like the Japanese framework versus the English stuff, to see if these so-called contradictions actually are contradictions. And then other times these seeming contradictions could be explained with another frame of mind sometimes. So
yeah, like another paradigm to like look through the lens.
Right,
with.
Exactly. And so that's kind of why I want to ask, like, why do you distrust the narrator?
I would argue that like not trusting the narrator at all would just be utter like chaos.
Some people are comfortable with it. I'm not totally, but you know, I'm still willing to entertain it, at least for like the academic value, you know.
I think that there's some items worth casting doubt on for the reasons that they are peculiar, if that makes sense. Like
if you could elaborate, I kind of understand what you're
like
saying,
Map
but
of
you know,
Lindell,
I like to
like,
be more specific.
Like Map of Lindell, like for instance, it's like we like regardless of how it's worded in Japanese, it's like Gransax is not on the map at all. And it's like, but he's on the icon on the map. So it's like, but why? You know? Why? And it's like only on the icon. I like what Banoon said the other day to me. She's like, I think we're the ones like making those little marks on the map, like when we arrive at somewhere. Right? And I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. So it's like our little drawings.
Hold on. Are you saying that you think like the map itself or the description is wrong? Because I feel like those are kind of 2 different points to make. And I'm not
like the map doesn't have Gransax on it, but then also in addition to that, the map says like the walls remain inner wall remains unbreached to this day. We know this to not be true because there's a big dragon in the middle of the city.
Or do we? So this
might have been made pre Ancient Dragon War, which is the way I interpreted it.
So this point almost came up earlier, I think like towards the very beginning of the stream, that I almost brought this up, but I think like we bounced off each other and like moved past it before it like became relevant again. So as far as this description is concerned, it says that it's enclosed by double ramparts, which is perfectly fine. It says the inner wall remains unbreached to this day in English, but as far as like the Japanese goes, it's more like the inner castle wall, sort of, which might just be like equivalent to rampart, and that could be inner wall, but I don't necessarily know if this is a description thing or just an inference thing. And what I mean by that is, let's see if I have a good picture handy. Maybe this will work. Not the best vantage. Okay, so anyway, I'll make one point first and then move into a second one. So I would consider this like an outer wall, an outer rampart, etc. Not, the biggest of deals.
Yeah.
But if you look at the style of masonry, we can say like it's a little more tan versus like this other stuff of like the Colosseum is a bit more gray. And you could say maybe this is just shadows right now. But
no, it's not. You're right. It's graystone versus like a kind of a sandstone-esque color. Sure.
Nonetheless, I think it's like fair to say like you should like get
really
as much
different
info.
colors, right?
I think you should get as much info as possible before anything. So anyway, if you look at the ramparts again, this is kind of an inner rampart, and then when you get to the fortified manor, what Gransax is actually on top of is this kind of older style masonry. Interesting. But if Gransax is on this stuff and kind of technically over this other rampart and it's not perfect, you could potentially make the argument that Gransax could have attacked before these inner and outer ramparts were enacted, and the description could still be true, provided you're actually talking about the same kind of ramparts.
Yeah, that's the way I interpreted it. It was like that's the outer wall out here, and then the inner, like the one that's closest to us in the picture right now.
So there's two like outer ramparts if you're not including the fortified manor. So like this one would be outer, this would technically be inner.
Like kind of like my head, like I discounted fortified manor as its own thing. I guess like that's like maybe just the way I interpreted it. Is like it's like own thing. It's not really counted as a rampart because it's kind of a keep. In a way,
right? But when you do climb, what's its face, Gransax, you're technically on the fortified manor's ramparts, not the Lane Dell. So yeah. I think I should have another angle of Gransax to make that a bit more obvious. But even still, there's still like some weird clipping going on with Gransax, which makes this a pain in the ass to talk about.
Hey, so it's like that's one of the items for me that just.
So despite like the iconography here and like these weird gold covered steeples and whatnot, this is a different rampart from the so-called inner rampart that I identified a moment ago.
Okay,
and this is more affiliated with the fortified manor, and there's a bunch of ash in between the fortified manor.
I took that as like a bastion, like a more bastion style. Like in my head, like that's how I kind of like looked at that area. I was like, that's like a bastion with the keep on it or like in it, And
so, like this brings up a lot of issues because like, is this form of Lindell
like who knows?
Like, was the Erd Tree, did this part not exist when like Gransax attacked, but the Erd Tree still did? Was there only like the fortified manor originally and the Colosseum perhaps? So
I wonder the same thing. Yeah, but then there's the crumbling on the underside, but we don't know if that's due to gravity, weight, time, who knows. But yeah, no, exactly. Like, so that's one of the items that really just like causes me to like cast doubt. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean the walls have never been breached? There's a dragon right there.
So, right, that's kind of why I say sometimes it's translation stuff. I don't think this is like really translation stuff, but it might like help give us a lead as to like what the difference may be. But I think this one might be more of a framework difference of opinion as far as like figuring out what the narrator's saying. And then Tim Diggity, I didn't verbally welcome you into the chat earlier, but I'm glad to have you here. You had a really good question in, do y'all think the player character is supposed to be learning the item text when we do, or is our character clueless? I feel like that's a really loaded question. I I think I'm gonna.
We are the player. What do you mean?
Defer it to Moxie to see her interpretation first before I
we are the
her.
character, right? Like we're the guy, man. Right? So like we are interpreting it with our tarnished as we understand it is the way I interpret it. Maybe it means we never been breached before. Right. That's the way I also looked at that. I was like, maybe it's like that. And it was really interesting that the little icons are different, like are a little tarnished if they do draw the icons. That is really interesting because it does draw the little Gransax on the little icon for the capital, which I think is interesting. It's like our tarnished like notes down is like, there's a dragon here, by the way. And yeah, we learn when we learn. Yes, exactly. We are the tarnished, so tarnished. But it's that's the way I've always interpreted it. It's like we are the player character. We are going through the story as them, but they are us. Radagon is Marika, Marikon, Radica. You feel me?
Yeah. So to quickly answer Tim's question in my own words, and then I want to touch on what Night Scout says because this kind of like goes back into the full conversation here. I don't exactly have a super strong feeling or opinion about how much our player character knows because they seem dumb as a rock for not asking Ronnie questions when she was like the guy, and it just irritates me to this day. But with that being said, I have wondered whether or not the tarnish kind of implicitly gains the knowledge as they take hold of these items at times. And that might sound really strange without context, but the way that it could kind of make sense to me personally would be how in Bloodborne, if you go up to the Healing Church's altar and come into contact with the skull of Lawrence, the first vicar of the Healing Church, your character sees a cutscene and suddenly gets this abundance of knowledge that they didn't have before, which will allow them to progress on their journey. And if that can happen with a disembodied skull, who's to say that the same kind of principle doesn't happen in some way to the other items we interact with? And Bloodborne, it makes a little bit more sense because you literally get like human skulls as part of like a knowledge framework
and like umbilical cords, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
So I don't know if that principle fully maps onto Elden Ring, but I mean that's kind of like my cope,
Yeah, you touch stuff of the dead send you tweets. I get it for sure.
Pretty much.
Yeah. No, I'm with it. I can see that.
Actually, that's a really good point you bring up that I kind of forget in the context of Elden Ring. That memory plays such a huge role of it that our Ashes of War are literally just like reliving old memories of battle. The same thing with the Spirit Ashes. And we are told that memory kind of exists literally in equipment because you can infuse weapons with memories via Ashes of War. You can make weapons out of memories via remembrances, etc. So I think you could probably make this a strong argument for Elden Ring as well. So, good question.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
All right.
It's interesting that the note at the beginning of Bloodborne, it says that it's written in our own handwriting.
Yeah, and in Bloodborne, you also have amnesia. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, that's so cool. I don't know these things. That's cool. That is really cool. I like that. That's cool.
All right, and then Night Scout had another comment from another item description, which kind of ties back into the map description here of Leyndell. So this one is, I lost it, I'm blind, I am blind, or maybe it's scrolled. Oh yeah, the Bolt of Gransax says in English, a great ancient dragon, Gransax once rained calamity upon the royal capital, the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls have fallen. So, if we are told verbatim that Leyndell's walls have fallen, and this one says these walls in particular have not been breached, then either one description is lying, or these walls may have been constructed at a time after Leyndell had already been breached, and then therefore these walls were not breached technically because they were not around to be breached.
You see the discrepancy though, right? it's just, it causes so many questions just between those two things. Because I was cooking on this a couple months ago, so I forgot about the walls have never the inner wall collapse. That was the only time the inner wall fell. But yeah, like it just, I mean, between those two items, it's like telling two different things. So then it's like, when did they make the map? You know, that's my next question. Is like, okay, so then when was the map made? Who made this map? It causes questions like that. Like, who made this? When did they make it? Obviously, it was after Lindell was made, right? So then it just leaves this like really narrow window of time that it even could have been made.
Well, not only that, but the maps can also be updated because once Lindell becomes Ash, you get a different Ash and Lindell icon.
Right. But the map doesn't change, right?
I mean,
so your Sites of Grace do, but the
the Sites of Grace do, but like the overall map doesn't. So you're just kind of like marking it a bit differently. But also keep in mind that a lot of this stuff technically isn't labeled until the Tarnished visits it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's why I liked her thing when she said, she was like, "Bro, I think it's our Tarnished like marking the map." I'm like, "No, what? No." And I thought about it, I was like, wait a second. Wait, it might be. Yeah, I kind of see it now because it's like, yeah, just like what you said, like it doesn't get updated till you go there. Like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Faye O says, Miyazaki loves playing with the player's preconceived notions of the game. He's like obsessed with it. You're trying so hard not to spoil your own video, but you really love and hate how this man wrote the lore. All right, one of us. All right, we're here for it.
One of us.
All right, so going back to some of Banuna's points, I did have the rest of my notes that I didn't get through. Right. So we were just talking about the Bolt of Gransax. So as far as the Bolt of Gransax goes, with her believing that it comes from Placidusax, this is probably just strictly coming down to a difference of approach here, because I take these kind of item descriptions at face value because I don't have a particular reason to believe that this is
yeah, it doesn't say it said, huh?
Not only that, but I don't have a particular reason to think that this item description was rewritten by the victors, so to speak. Even if I was like, okay, I buy into the victors rewrite history, why should I believe that this one was rewritten? It's kind of like, and then who would have rewritten this description?
Right.
Where did the descriptions come from? I think that like really opens up a lot of unanswerable
narrator?
questions.
That does become my. I find myself asking that so many times. I'm like, who is this narrator? Who's writing this? You know, it might not be nothing, right? But
yeah,
is it like that in other games? Is the narrator an actual, like, I don't know,
like a character?
Yeah.
So some people believe that Patches is the narrator because of like a localization with the black leather set. It's either in Elden Ring specifically, or maybe it's like Dark Souls 3 or 2. I don't remember at this point, but the localizers went a little bit overboard with it because like the item description compares it to its previous owner, which was Patches, and it makes it sound as though he wrote it, but the Japanese doesn't read that way. So essentially the answer is it comes up to the individual's headcanon.
Ah, God. All right. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was like officially like someone at one point wrote the lore, because then it would definitely lend more credence to that idea for sure.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately we don't have like one specific character we could map it to. You might be able to argue like it could be the narrators at the beginnings of the opening cutscenes of the games, like yes, indeed, like that old lady, maybe she wrote all the item descriptions, but
yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and then the guy that the fallen leaves tell a story.
And then Crunchy was saying earlier that he doesn't trust that narrator because he says us tarnished or our tarnished or our home, that's what it was. And so that kind of puts him in Marika's camp in Crunchy's eyes. So I do think it is fair to like question where this stuff comes from. The only issue for me with that is we can't demonstrably prove or disprove who such a narrator would be. So it kind of becomes almost a moot point in my eyes to like question it too much. I think it's a fair question, but beyond that, I kind of feel like it's a waste of time.
The alternative is complete chaos. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. It's like, what is lore then at that point?
Thanks, Tim, for that comment. All right, so going back to discrediting Benuna here is that the weapon wielded by Gransax is described as the Bolt of Gransax, and it's whittled from him. That's not really like too important. The important thing here is that it is directly associated with Gransax versus Placidusax. Although I do really like the idea, like, oh yeah, they definitely look the same.
Like visual motifs, right? Like
yeah.
That's where she was coming from, I think, on that. Yeah, but I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's like Bolt of Gransax was wielded by Gransax. It's like, okay, well.
But it was actually Placidusax's. I don't mind like the tinfoil theory there. If it might help Benuna try to like reconsider it, then why is Placidusax's Bolt of Lightning red, but this one is not as red? Is that just what happens when lightning cools down into gold? It's not quite so vividly red anymore? I think that's a fair question.
Like that's the way I assumed it was. Like lightning has to do with gold or something, right? Like
yeah, that's in the gravel stone seal.
And if you throw the bolt, then it comes back to your hand as gold. I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know about that.
Well, like you throw your own bolt. Like if you throw the bolt, it does come back as a lightning bolt, and then back into your hand. And
in what spell? Because I don't remember.
Oh, it's just the Ash of War, the armament on the bolt of Gransax. Like you. Do
you catch it again?
Yeah.
I don't use it a lot to remember if you catch it.
I can send you a video real quick. So you can
I mean, I'm sure I've seen it. I just like never thought to internalize that aspect of it.
Yeah, I like I don't know why.
Yeah,
it
if
comes
you want to
back.
share your screen real quick or something like that, if you have the footage.
I think I have the.
Or if you have like a link, that'll be good enough.
Give me 1 second.
Night Scout says the bolt of Gransax isn't thrown literally. It can be used like a seal to launch lightning bolts from it. Okay. It's like how Ornstein launched lightning in Dark Souls 1. Okay.
Oh my gosh, where is it? Okay, hold on. I will find it.
No, it's all good.
But you can keep ranting through your points until I find it.
And then Chadwick says, Dragon Lightning is red, and then dragons befriending the tree get gold lightning after the fact. I don't know about that, because Fortisax still uses red lightning. Well, does he? I think in some of his attacks are definitely red, but he does maybe also use Godwin's, which is more golden. Night Scout says, it does teleport in your hand after all. It works like Mesmer Spirit in the DLC trailer. It does get launched, it just teleports. Okay.
Or teleports, yeah. I just took that as like the storm, I guess, like, you know. I don't know, like this because there's the other one where you can turn into the storm or whatever by wielding it. I forget what that one is, but
that's Placidusax's one. I tend to confuse these two as well, so don't worry about it.
Me too. Yeah, because it's both red lightning. I mean,
they're also like really long spear-looking like things. So, all right. So yeah, going back to my notes. Yeah, so not only is it like wielded by Gransax in the English, like the Japanese calls it the Amono. I think this came up on stream the other day, or maybe it was the Discord. So Amono can mean like somebody's like literal weapon. Oh yeah, it was Ontos asking a question in the Discord like last week or two, and or it could be somebody's like special skill. But it really kind of mostly just means like the weapon. So it's really clear that this is a kind of a particular weapon to Gransax more specifically, which isn't to say that like Placidusax doesn't have its own version, but the Bolt of Gransax is definitely affiliated with Gransax in both languages here. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
And then,
yeah, it's definitely like relying on distrust of the narrator, like, and then leaning heavily, I would say.
Yeah, when I asked you earlier if my thoughts about the Erd Tree existing at the time of Gransax was cogent to you, you more or less agreed. And I'm not trying to have you speak for Banoon by any means. I just wanted to make sure, like, you know, my points were making sense. And so,
yeah,
if
absolutely.
The Erd Tree exists when Gransax attacks, that means Marika and Godfrey should have already defeated the fire giants, which casts many aspersions over the presumed timeline of when Placidusax would have been involved in Banoon's theory here. And of course, you might be able to argue like timey-wimey bullcrap because of like
I sent you the wrong one, my bad.
It's all good because of the storm beyond time. But at the very least, if the Erdtree exists, Godfrey should already be Elden Lord. So is there like a time recursive loop problem that hasn't been solved? Or
so this is something I've been thinking about for a while, because you showed me that one the video you sent me, that like your Groundhog Day thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I haven't stopped thinking about it. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you.
My fault.
Like time moving forward and then Groundhog Daying. Because Memory of Grace says something like, it is merely a cycle, like,
yeah.
So the more I like thought about it and like looked into it, I'm like, yo, LP's cooking, man. Like, like it makes more and more sense the more I think about it. I'm like, time moves forward, everything's kosher, then it stops when all like Golden Order is formed. That's like represents time being timey-wimey, being convoluted at that point.
And to be fair, like, you could also ask the question of when does the Groundhog Day start, you know? But, I mean, I don't know, like,
probably
how...
the sealing of the Rune of Death is my guess, but that's kind of seems when everything went haywire, in my opinion.
And then, like, if that's the case, does the shattering also affect things? Was it always Groundhog Day, or did the shattering actually make it Groundhog Day? Or kind of some of secondary questions that arise that I didn't,
like, touch on.
The Elden Ring
is like a clock, right? Like, and then it's like that they stop the clock, and then like when they stop the clock and then she shatters the thing, it, like, now it's broken, it doesn't know what to do, so it's really messed up. Like, that's kind of what I've been thinking about since I watched your video, is like maybe it's because it's still kind of working, like, because Radagon held it together or whatever. So like the best he could, because he's like, if time shatters, then like everything's messed up or something like that.
So right, there might be some aspects of time which continue to move forward. Maybe the Tarnished were always out of the scope because they're out of the lines between if and or when Radagon did his thing. But that also depends on like one's personal interpretation of like when the Golden Order started and when or if they think that's meant to be different from Golden Order fundamentalism, which is why I try to be like abundantly clear about my framework in that video, because everyone has very differing opinions about that.
No, I really liked it. It really caused me to start like really thinking, and I was like, wait, huh? Like, I don't know. I've just been kind of in a crisis, like trying to understand it.
Yeah, Black Man has a good comment. It's like a rubber band being stretched out and then snapped back to normal, then stretched again, rinse and repeat. So yeah, I like to compare the law of regression to like the regression of that rubber band there.
It's like when we win a game, right, quote unquote win, and we do whatever for our ending, it's like, what's the first thing we see? Or like the last thing we see, quote unquote. It's the first thing we see. So, because like if you boot up a new game, it's like you're like in somewhere that looks like the stone platform, like kind of look like, I don't know if it is.
I've wondered whether or not like we enter the Erdtree or come out of the Erdtree or something with that very beginning cutscene. But yeah,
it kind of reminds me of like Yggdrasil, like you walk the path of the Axis Mundi.
Well, not only that, but like in the States of the Norns, they're supposed to inscribe or carve the memories of like heroes onto the base of the tree, which is exactly how like remembrances are kind of implied to work. Like you take the
shout out to Nameless Singer, by the way.
You carve them into the trunk or whatnot of the Erdtree potentially, and then like I think if you have like the form of the carving, maybe if you just put gold into it, that could explain why you can dupe remembrances from the undead demigods, or the soulless demigods rather.
Raztasker said that maybe it's because they're like not connected with the ground or something, and I thought that was an interesting thought.
I think that might keep their gold from becoming like death blighted, perhaps. But I think there's still gold within the soulless bodies. They just don't have a soul to give a more distinct shape to the gold, perhaps.
Yeah.
And that's heavy speculation. I want to be clear there.
Yeah, that's definitely theory territory, but it's interesting nonetheless. You know, just like the true Chadwick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an interesting thought nonetheless to me. So yeah, I wonder what kind of connections that has with these remembrances being hewn, because Miyazaki says something like when the game came out, like the rune of death was them removing their deaths from. I'm not quoting this exactly.
Fated death, which is destined death. It's just like a localization thing.
Yeah, like how removing that remove the fates of the demigods, thus like making it so they don't die. I guess something to that effect. I can pull out the quote if you want, but I don't know. It kind of just makes me think about that, like that idea of like what you were saying. I don't know. I was just free jazzing off your thought.
I appreciate it.
It's interesting.
That's all good. And so, yeah, those were the big 3 points. And then the last point, to go back to Banoon's theory, is that she says when Godwin became older, that's when he befriended Fortisax. But I feel like that doesn't work super well, because we're told that the War of the Ancient Dragons kind of seemingly would have immediately followed the... Wait, where is it?
Yeah, like the assault on Lindell.
Yeah, okay. So
yeah, that's what's implied, definitely, by the text.
Bitter War of the Ancient Dragons that followed. Certainly there is enough ambiguity that one could argue follow could literally be today, you know, and it could have happened thousands of years later. But I feel like the more intuitive reading is that the War of the Ancient Dragons immediately followed the assault of Gransax here. And so to say that Godwin became older when he befriended Fortisax, I think doesn't work super well, because, oh, maybe this is a Sword Monument thing and I don't have that on my spreadsheet here.
It's like the routing of the Ancient Dragons, Champions Battle. No, not Champions Battle, but like it's like the routing of the Ancient Dragons, something having to do with that.
Yeah, okay. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon who was called the Mightiest Boulder Stone, which is Fortisax. And then long ago, Godwin the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So this was like the War of the Ancient Dragons, which in my opinion should have immediately followed Gransax, and so I don't really think Godwin would have gotten that much older. So I think that's kind of a problem with the theory that I have right there.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that tracks.
All right, and so we pretty much just have like the rest of the video to go through here, I think. And then I know there was one question that I wanted to address, but it's been a while now, and I might have like lost it in the sauce here, unfortunately. Damn it. Okay, sorry, chat, if, you know, we're not doing the best getting to you guys this stream.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm having a good time talking to you. It's really interesting.
I appreciate that.
You bring up some fascinating perspectives.
Thank you. And I
simmer
like,
on, you know.
Yeah, I like you. You know, bouncing off me and interacting with the chat as well. It's nice.
Yeah. Stream's cool. I like stream. Does soul go anywhere, or where do the forgotten and hell in the Norse myth? So your soul like walks a path, the path of the Axis Mundi, and so it's like think of it like a doorway on one side and a doorway like on the tree, and you walk through the doorway, down the path, through the they're equivalent to like Shadow World, right? And then after you walk the path, and I don't know specifics about the path, I just know that you walk it. You can access the path through different means, like hanging yourself off a tree. But it's the path that you walk in life and death. So it's like you kind of like move through it, like a cycle.
It kind of also depends on like the caste of your soul. I'm assuming he's asking about like the lowly, those who aren't like champions and get engraved into the Yggdrasil. I actually don't know too much about that.
I don't know about that
like
either.
It's a really big cycle, and everything kind of gets recycled after Ragnarok, and like the Age of Man is supposed to come up, but.
That thought reminds me of what the little jar guy says. The guy who's like Kos. He's like the warriors go off, and he talks about like basically leaving the country or something to that effect. Like being a warrior means like leaving one's home. So that's interesting too. Like bringing that up, that warrior. That's something worth looking into for sure.
Tim says he's going to talk about the Norse hell in his next video, and then I said, cool, now we can say you stole the video idea from us.
Wow, can't believe it. Caught in 4K.
Got him.
Cause He does. He says costs.
And then Galamoth says, you go to the halls of Mandos to wait the end of the time. Okay, so I did see the question, or sort of, or like the comment from earlier. I think it was Faye
What
again.
happens at the end of time, though?
It was, Faye was asking, why are we so quick to just trust the map? Who says we are so quick to trust the
I
map?
don't trust the map. Not me.
I mean, I trust the descriptions, because to not trust the descriptions is just pokes too many holes in my frameworks here to make.
He has his own like very specific, analysis. Or like rules for how he interprets, and I respect that.
But
I definitely more loosey goosey with it. I'm just like, why trust the map? It's stupid,
Dora the Explorer, you gotta trust the map. Anyway,
map.
So as far as like the map is concerned, I do think it's like a diegetic item to the game, and so like it's kind of dictated by like what's in the game, but the description is kind of like extraneous from the game to some degree. It's like meta text, like meta narration. So I think the map itself as a physical item is one thing versus the description of it being another. All right, so let's go on into the rest of the video, and thanks for sticking around. I guess.
In conclusion, Marika is evil and Gransax is perfect. Jokes aside. As I stated, Gransax's head is still raised, his teeth are yellow, and most importantly, Gransax is not crumbling. Miyazaki tells the stories in a more visual way, which is why I think there's a reason why the Dragon Cult and Communion Church are found in the early game region. The ancient dragons were meant to be seen early into the story to encourage understanding. And when we were familiar with the dead ones, he showed us Lanciax, a living ancient dragon. And only when we were familiar with the difference between a living and a dead one, we were shown Gransax to uncover what really happened. Maybe this is Miyazaki's way of telling us Gransax's untold story. And keep in mind all the times that it's actually kind of mentioned that Marika is used to lying. We also never got told the true reason of Godwin's death and Marika's connection to it. So Godfrey using Gransax to get the Elven throne from Placidusax, and Marika using her godhood to change the history from Dragon's Yay to Dragon's Nay, is a theory that is worth talking about.
All right, good. I was a little bit worried that she was going to like present it as fact, and I was going to be like, oh no, please don't do that. Don't pull like an Ontos here.
Oh no, I prepped her for this. I was like, bro, if you're gonna tell a theory of Souls community, you gotta make it super clear. Like, just make sure you like lay out your evidence proper. You gotta be really specific in your wording, because some people can get really up in arms.
That'd
in
be
the
me.
comments.
It's me. It's people.
I mean, it's people. Like, there's people that take the lore really seriously, and they don't want you spreading misinformation about the lore, and that's fair. I respect that.
Yeah, that's definitely me, just because trying to talk to some people who do have these misconceptions makes it a lot harder to bridge the gap, because if their framework is different from like my framework, it takes a lot more effort to undo that kind of a thought process. And it's like, no matter like how you do try to frame your ideas, even if you present them as ideas in theories, over time people are going to forget like those disclaimers and just kind of like roll with it. So I try to be very generous about like assuming where people are coming from or like where they got their information.
Yeah, like going back to what I was saying earlier, like the constantly rereading item descriptions, like that.
Yeah,
helps,
exactly.
Right. Like I always like to read every item's description associated with the theory. And then I present it. Like, it's like I try to like really make sure that I'm like, I do my research and make sure that I'm looking up everything associated with that like topic or framework. Like, so I'm on the wikis, like on the text dump, searching and making sure, like triple checking. Because there's so many theories that I'll come up with, and then it's just like dead wrong, because like one item or two items that are like really specific. It's
believe you me, I was like 90% sure that Millicent was going to end up being Melina as like a secret like unlock. You got to do a quest to get to that kind of boss. I was wrong. I was wrong. But man, I was so excited for it. I'm like, oh man, this is the girl. This is the statue girl. This is Melina, you know, like I was confident, and nope, I was just stone cold wrong.
I mean, the way I see it, I'm open to it being right. Like, why not?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because like, for instance, like the statue, I always assume that the statue inside of the like where you fight Latenna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually talking about the collector's edition statue of Melina. I'm like, oh, yep, that is definitely Millicent.
Oh,
my fault. Yeah, I didn't specify.
No, yeah, but even the statue inside, I make the assumption that that's definitely Godwin until I started hearing other people be like, well, I think that's Marika. Everybody assumes this is Godwin, but maybe it's Marika. It's like, oh, I never thought about that. Huh? You know, it is just like, it's what I show for Godwin because there's really nothing that you can. I'm not going to show that ugly corpse. I don't wanna. Can't make me.
All right. Oh man, it's super late. Tim, I thank you so much for coming, but I don't think I will have the time to get through your video tonight. But I could definitely.
What's your stream schedule like?
Tomorrow or pretty much any other day of the week. I go live every day at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I don't want to like keep you stringing you along if you're like specifically waiting for that. Because yeah, that's kind of not the coolest thing to do. You're just hanging out. Oh man, I appreciate that so much. Yeah. So
I do be putting on your streams and like just kind of playing like League. And I'll just listen to your streams. I don't really participate.
It's all cool. But I appreciate the lurkers too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I do be lurking on streams. I like doing that.
So Tim, if there's like a specific day for you that like works out, if you would like hang out a certain day, let me know and I'll try to like cater to your needs. All right, so let's go ahead and finish this video up real quick.
I think that was the end of the theory, though. You know.
I figured, but I mean, I like to watch everything that a content creator makes because I mean, they went through the time of making it and whatnot. So just respect that.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I don't really mind if people skip my stuff. By the way, I just like at least in like this professional setting, I'm not going to like do somebody the discourtesy of like not going through their entire stuff. Well, no, that's a lie. I just did that to Ontos the other night. So never mind. I'm a hypocrite, guys. Anyway,
he's canceled. See, it circles right back.
And let's not forget about the other not moving but apparently still living body underneath Linda. Godwin's soul died, but his body is still alive. Yet unlike the other undead creatures we encounter, he is also not moving. And during the edit, I realized that it could be possible that we will encounter the souls of Gransax and Godwin in the DLC. Miquella is also...
Not gonna lie, I have wondered whether or not dragons are meant to have souls to begin with, but this is kind of also a hang-up that I've had from Dark Souls 1 when they kind of sort of didn't have souls, and then Dark Souls 2 kind of retcons that, and then Dark Souls 3 makes it more ambiguous again. So
what do you mean by that?
So okay, you said you haven't played through all the games, and this isn't kind of like really spoilers.
I have like the most like squishy white bread understanding of the game. So like I just know that like there's something having to do with Soulless King. He comes back in the third game. He's really ambiguous in the first one. Something. Yeah,
that's the Nameless King. He's not too important for like
Nameless King.
No, no. You don't have to apologize if you don't know. You don't know. I'm not going to blame you about that. But
I don't know anything.
Yeah. I just want you to like have like this. You know, the basis.
I barely understand what humanity is. Like I don't understand what that is. Like what am I supposed to do with that? I know I'm supposed to consume it, but like.
Don't worry. Nobody knows.
Why? It looks like a void. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, nobody knows the lore of humanity. It's all good. I mean, that's a lie, but I mean, it's all arguable. Cool. It's all arguable. You know, that's what I'll say about that.
I was like, it seems like it states it so plainly, but why does it look like that?
So you're right. So going back to like whether or not dragons have souls. They're kind of called like a mineral type being according to Miyazaki in an interview. And in Dark Souls, we have like Titanite, which is kind of sort of comprised of souls, but not. But it's a mineral, but it's kind of related to dragons, but kind of not. You'll kind of learn a little bit about that and also a lot of nothing.
Okay.
You'll kind of learn like nothing between all three games. And so...
Oh, cool. Okay.
In Dark Souls 1, there are golems, and golems are powered by souls. But there's one golem that is not powered by souls, and is instead powered by a dragon bone. And that kind of makes the implication...
bone?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not like powered by a dragon soul, it's powered by a dragon bone. So the question is, do the ancient dragons have souls, or are like the minerals that they're comprised of like soul adjacent? And in Dark Souls 2, there's a character who tries to like recreate ancient dragons, and his dragon creation thing has a soul. So it's not clear if it's actually an ancient dragon soul despite being called an ancient dragon, or if it's like ancient dragon with an asterisk. And then Dark Souls 3 just kind of doesn't really touch back too directly on the subject there. So in my headcanon, dragons shouldn't have souls. The Aldia stuff might be like questionable, and I think it's like fair to like question the item descriptions there. But if you want to take the item descriptions at face value, I think that's a perfectly valid reading. But
sure.
Yeah, I do think there are like some exigent circumstances for that thing specifically, which is...
I mean, I took them at face value when they said all the dragons are dead.
That's a localization thing, yeah.
All of them except the slithery boy down in the basement. I took that at face value, at truth. And then I walked up on a dragon, and it was chilling. And I was like, that thing isn't breathing.
All right, yeah,
there's an item in front of it. There's an item. I can see the item.
Night Scout has the details a little bit better memorized than me. I didn't think it was the ancient dragon. He says there's a dragon soul in Dark Souls 2 that you get via the time travel from a real dragon. That's the issue. Isn't that real dragon the Aldia creation, though? Like, don't you get the kinship from one of Aldia's creations? Or no, that one's the real dragon, but the thing you go into might not be. There's
a dragon.
Either way, like the actual visual design of those dragons in Dark Souls 2 doesn't line up super well with the ones in Dark Souls 1. So there's like a lot of annoying, questionable stuff in Dark Souls 2.
I mean, the development was pretty creaky, right? So I understand. It's convoluted.
It's been a long time since I've looked at Dark Souls 2 stuff.
Dude, yeah, like, I don't know. I just took them at face value when they said that. I walked up on that dragon. That dragon obviously wrecked me. And I was just like, so they lied. So that was a lie.
Yeah,
wow.
And as Eldegusta pointed out, that there is an Aldian dragon that has the soul of a giant. And that's like its own kind of lore thing that isn't going to make sense if I try to explain it to you, because it's just really convoluted.
You're good. It's okay.
No, this isn't a you problem. This is a game problem. I'm just trying to make that clear.
Yeah, you're like, it would just take like a whole 4 hours in a whiteboard to explain this.
I mean, I would need to refresh myself over the contents of this because it's convoluted.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I was talking to a homie about that. He was like, "It's so convoluted, dude. Like, this is not." He's like, "Elden Ring doesn't surprise me. This isn't my first rodeo, bro. Like, it's all convoluted. I understand that, and you don't." I'm like, wow.
Keep in mind, like at the beginning of the stream, I said I was a DS2 hater, so I don't like to play the game, but I'm perfectly fine with reading the descriptions. It's just kind of hard to remember the context of when those descriptions are like received, you know?
I like that part of the lore too. Like, it's about where and when you receive an item, which makes it even deeper. It's really cool. I'm new to this. This is my first rodeo, so I it's very interesting.
It's all good. I appreciate like having more people to join in the rodeo. I am the clown. I don't know.
No,
yeah. Just a funny thing
some
to
of
say.
y'all are like veterans. You're just like these kids these days making their theories. You know, because y'all been.
No, I don't really feel that way. Well, actually, I guess I do sometimes, because like I feel like some people don't have the context that was brought up in other games, which might make so I think sometimes people make mountains out of molehills because those molehills turned out to be molehills in like the previous games, and that's like,
correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like different IPs, right? Like,
yes, technically speaking.
Okay, like I get that the same guy made it, and so it's like I hear this back and forth all the time now, where it's like,
it'll never
end.
They're
connected, no, they're not connected. Yes, they're connected, no, they're not. It's like, pick one. Like, I don't know. Because I'd like... I don't know. It's like I want to draw conclusions like that are speculative between, you know, to connect all the Souls-like games together, but...
So I think like any...
It doesn't seem like there's really an audience that's looking for that, you know?
No, there's definitely an audience, but I think like any bit of media produced by like one author or whatnot is fair game to be compared to their other works. And in some ways, I feel like that's a little bit unfair to like the entire dev teams of FromSoftware to pin it all on Miyazaki when he's been stretched through like multiple ongoing projects and whatnot, especially after he became president. So Miyazaki's the face, but I mean, there's like a lot of consistent stuff that has been around since before Miyazaki. Is all like the real OG vets of the FromSoftware games will tell you, like, they're like, bro, you got to play Shadow Tower, bro. You got to play Kingsfield, bro. Even a bit of Armored Core.
Kingsfield. I just watched Radatasker stream that recently.
And yeah, as Crunchy says, they're not diegetically connected, but Miyazaki has a limited set of tropes that he plays with over and over again, and that is extremely well stated.
Mad respect for the game, you know. I'm fascinated.
Bunkle.
And then it's got to make you wonder, like, who would build an empire of all these games without connecting them all together? That's the other part of me that's speaking. That's like, but what if they are all connected? That would be super cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because then it would open up the floodgates of so many people to just, like, think about the games and, like, speculate and make theories and just try and guess on how they're connected. Like, that'd be fun. I don't know. But that's just me speaking, but, like, that'd be fun.
So you asked me earlier, or no, I guess that was chat. They were asking, like, how I feel about people, like, bringing in outside sources of information to explain the games. While I did say that I like to use the text first as a framework, I also like to use the previous games as a kind of template to place on top of that framework and see, like, how much the template, so to speak, like, matches what we have here.
The tropes, yeah.
Yeah, and beyond that, I think that, you know, Japanese style Buddhism and Shintoism are also like an acceptable thing to like throw in there because that stuff exists in the like collective unconscious of Japanese people. It's kind of like how in the West we take a lot of Christian stuff for granted and don't ever give it like a second thought.
Yeah,
so, like, why is there an Easter bunny? Like, for us, like, we just grew up with the Easter bunny. It makes sense. But like for anybody who's like not from the West, what the hell does a bunny have to do with Jesus Christ, you know?
Right.
So stuff like that.
And like the understanding of kami like was a really big like revelation. It took my Western brain a while to wrap my head around the idea of kami. Like, so I'm just like, what do you mean a waterfall can be
I'm going to apologize just to make a kind of a funny comment here, and that when you said kami, I've been watching the Fallout series recently, some like those damn Picos.
Yeah, you're just like, wait, what?
It just took me a second. Yeah, no, but we're good. It's just like I just thought that was funny.
I'm probably saying it like a southerner as well, but
no, that wasn't really the issue. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's not
probably,
really
you know,
relevant. It was just like a kind of abrupt change in the topic. So
yeah, you're like, wait, what?
No, like your comment totally makes sense. It just I was like,
yeah, like just the idea that like a waterfall can be. Like, what do you mean that's a spirit and you have to worship it or else it'll stop making water? Like, you know, like that kind of concept of like veneration of like these spiritual entities to not cause natural disasters or misfortune or various other things, you know, the sun to not shine, the earth to keep spinning. I don't know, man, like if there's anything specifically about those, but you know, like there's a giant catfish that apparently causes earthquakes, you know? Like, what? What do you mean? That's cool. I like it. But, yeah, like, it picks up the land and, like, shakes it. I don't know. It's cool.
Uh-huh.
The images are funny.
Yeah.
Of it. But, like, that kind of, like, those ideas didn't really make sense to me. But then, as I understood that from coming from Zelda. So, like, whenever I really started analyzing Souls lore, like, I think around the time that I started, like, Smotown put out a video, and he had mentioned that they're, like, the close association with kami to all the I think it was his outer gods video, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they're all kami. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
To be fair, like, even I don't fully know how I feel about it. I think the kami framework can be a good one, but I also wouldn't die on that hill. And that's like no disrespect against like Smotown. I know he references me in that video. He asked me like a little bit of info about it, but I don't know like how much of Elden Ring is Jar Jar Martin or how much was Miyazaki and like the Japanese framework, which is why I'm a bit hesitant to put all my eggs in any one basket.
Sure. Yeah, and that makes sense because, like, yeah, when people are like George R. R. Martin read Berserk, I just want to like cry. You know, like I'm just like I doubt it, dude. Like source question mark. Like I need a source for that.
Actually, no, I would totally believe it because he was literally the first member of Comic Con.
Wait.
Unironically, George R. R. Martin is the first member.
Bro, don't tell me he read it, bro. No.
So, I mean, all I'm saying is my man's loves the comics, and he is the underground scene back in the day. So I would definitely not be surprised.
He's definitely read Berserk if he's a comic head. Oh, God, I did not know that.
No, he's not.
I've done like some research into his like. I mean, if he's showing up to Comic-Con and he loves comics, how much of a stretch would it be to be like he read Berserk? Like,
he is not a comic head. He is literally the OG comic head.
Why are you saying this to me? I was sitting there like on my high horse, like, yeah, right. He hasn't read that.
Because I like to inflict a little bit of a psychic damage now and then.
That one hurts because I was just like over my dead body that he's read Berserk. Like I was like willing to die on.
No, he's not a one-trick pony. I mean, like a lot of people like to bring up Fever Dream, and that was a huge inspiration for Bloodborne. So it's not all like medieval fantasy, like Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones.
I mean, like when people say that he reused his tropes from that, I'm like, this is his job. Like I don't know if he's really doing that.
I mean, it's all reductive. I mean, you could link anything to anything. George Campbell, monomyth.
Sure.
So it's just kind of, yeah. Tropes are tropes.
What do you think about the difference between the cocoon here and like the chrysalids that are underneath Stormvale? Random question, but something I was thinking about earlier.
Which chrysalids specifically, like the Godric
They're like
ones?
bowed burials or whatever. They kind of look like chrysalids from like fly pupae.
I never really considered them chrysalids as much as like maybe the outer coverings of like not mummies, but not like burial shrouds, but something in between it, maybe to keep like the water out for as long as possible for like a sea funeral. I'm not too familiar about that. Sea burial.
Yeah, you're right. Because I have an image to share about that. Yeah, it does look like a sea burial. Yeah, like if you want to show it. But yeah, it does kind of look like a sea burial. But then I'm just like, it's not connected to the ground. It's like separate from. So that's what causes me to be like, is it? Or is it like a bug thing that's made to look like a boat burial?
I think it's just like cloth that's kind of like made into like a waxy substance, so that way it like can either preserve the body or like keep the water out, or maybe be set aflame as it's like put out into the water. Like maybe Viking burial, but yeah, I'm really skeptical about that. I'm just spitballing.
Me too. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know what it is. It kind of looks like bugs.
I should probably pull up a picture for everyone in chat. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know if I have a direct one of that. Now that
I sent you one. Just now, the boat burial. But then did I save it?
I meant like an in-game one if you had it.
Oh yeah. No, I got that too. Hold on, I got you. I have it right. I got it right here. Oh my gosh, where'd it go? There it is. Haha. Boom. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just was thinking about it earlier. I'm just like, why does it look like that? And I have one from the side I can share too.
Oh no, this one will do just fine.
Isn't that weird? Like, I don't know. It just kind of reminds me of like a bug.
It certainly does look very bug-like. Maybe you could make the argument. Yeah, it looks like he's. No,
I just want to know. Like, am I crazy?
Maybe it's like missing limbs and was grafted. Maybe it's an actual chrysalid.
Right, but then it begs the question: like, why would humans be inside a chrysalid?
Somebody just asked that in chat, and I think it was Scalamoth. What are the chrysalids Roderica mentions? And I said, I think it's just a kind of generic spider reference, because Godric is called a spider, like, derogatorily.
Mm-hmm. Like a cross-section of pupa? Exactly.
Faye asks if that's not a Tibia Mariner boat. I would say no, because Tibia Mariner boats are like actually more like
I have
canoes,
a picture of that too.
and they don't really have that many ridges on the inside. And Methoda thinks it kind of looks like a seed pod. That's an interesting idea. Big ass seed.
Tibia Mariner, and then...
I've got plenty of Tibia Mariner references.
Oh, and I'm sure I just was for quick...
Here you go. So this one, I've got it like pointed into the canoe.
Oh, sick. I was wearing that. I couldn't find any pictures, and I didn't want to go in game.
It's all good. So yeah, I feel like this is quite different for multiple reasons. But
yeah, no, absolutely.
It's a fair question, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is. Yeah, well, the pictures I found were from like the side. I don't think I saved any pictures of the actual chrysalids. I guess because I didn't find that one that was close enough. Yeah, all the ones that I found earlier were like not exactly matching, so I didn't save any of them. But it kind of looks like a fly pupa. Let me see if I can find a link.
I'm not looking at no fly pupa on stream. You crazy?
Oh no, it's like the shell. It looks kind of similar.
No, I was playing Hollow Knight like a week ago. It's not too different for the stream at this point.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did see you playing. I actually tabbed you up that day. I just didn't watch really. I watched for like a couple minutes. And
you don't have to justify it. Spend all your time watching my streams of random games.
Yeah, no, I actually pop you up pretty often. I just will pop up a tab and like passively watch. I enjoy watching what you pull up, and then every once in a while you'll be like talking more, and I'll like unmute, just listen to what you're saying. What is it called? I'm not finding the right results for it.
It's all good. All right, so we're kind of like way over time. I would like to finish the video, even if we've only got like a minute and a half left.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's finish this up.
There, despite his body still being in the lands between, and also not moving, mostly. And we know Marika has a connection to the Shadow Realm, so it is possible that she sealed their souls away so they would even be less of a harm than they are now in their unmoving state. Thank you all for listening to my theory/fanfiction. I've been hyperfixating on this dragon for a while now and trying to justify, well, my baby is absolutely perfect every way. I mean, look at him. I love him so much. And thank you, Moxie, for helping me in the research. I hope you all liked my theory about Gransax. I really believe he's innocent. And if you do so too, give this video a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe, just stay tuned when I upload again. The Elden Ring DLC is just around the corner, so videos about it are probably coming soon. I guess. If there are still some confusions left about the dragons, then I highly recommend checking out other amazing creators like Moxie, Smotown and more, as most of them have covered the history of the dragons in more detail. I'll link some of their channels in the description, so make sure to pay them a visit and see if you can find some details I've missed about my baby, Gransax. I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye everybody!
Alright, so yeah, I think despite having some major disagreements here, I still really enjoyed the video. It is edited very, very well here. Oh, she forgot to actually link. Okay, there. No, it was just delayed. It's fine. Okay. She probably just like imported from a previous video or something. That's funny. It took me a long time to even realize this was a thing for YouTube. I don't even know how effective it is, to be honest. It's probably like a 0.01% difference. Maybe it matters.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and link Banoon's video into chat for anybody else who wants to give it a like or even like a passive view, because I definitely don't think this video deserves this few views over a month into it, despite like all that production value and everything, even if I
know, it's
disagree
great.
with it. So you were saying something else?
I said no, it's great, and yeah, no, I don't necessarily agree with all of our ideas too, but the usurping idea really.
Yeah, that one
really
is
fascinating.
really fascinating for sure. So I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, I think we got through all the notes, and I thought there was something else that I wanted to touch on. Oh yeah. I definitely liked her observation of the state of Gransax's teeth and mouth. I'll admit that I did not take the closest look at that. I think that was
Me
a really
either.
cogent thought there. Unfortunately, I don't think it fully pans out, but despite me disagreeing more or less with the timeline stuff, that doesn't necessarily contradict anything she said about the livelihood of Gransax, although I could definitely understand why people might think Gransax is in a less alive state, especially with its one wing broken off, and some people might still like the stasis idea that goes along with Blisssax despite everything. So there's definitely a lot of food for thought in the video despite everything.
Yeah, thanks for watching it. Yeah, 'cause
thanks for joining
She put
me.
a lot of thought into it because you were like, "Hey, can I watch some of your videos?" I'm like, "Those have copywritten music." Unfortunately, I didn't even think about it the first time you watched it. Like, never crossed my mind.
That's the gamble you play when you're like doing the live reacts and whatnot. And
Sure.
I think I also like pause and talk enough that I actually did not get hit by it from your videos. So.
Oh,
Dubs.
thank God! Yeah,
it's
yeah.
whatever. I mean, like, let's be real, chat. Like, I don't really make any money doing these tiny ass streams. Like, maybe $1 after a month of like having maybe like 1,000 views or something like that. It's really a pittance. So, yeah, like the best way to support is to either like be like a channel member or a patron or like donate directly. But views still do help because they like that feeds into the algorithm. I don't know. Actually, maybe things have changed now because back when I was first streaming, YouTube didn't really integrate ads as much as they do now. I also have my stuff set on conservative because I kind of like hate being hit with ads in the middle of something, especially live. But at least YouTube, you can like rewind and do double speed as opposed to Twitch, where you're just kind of boned for real if you get hit by an ad. So
Yeah, it's really rough. Twitch is really rough about it, and they took away the reason that people even subscribe, which is to get rid of the ads so they can listen.
Wait, what? They did what?
They made it so like it doesn't get rid of the ads anymore. Like they changed it
For that
so,
specific channel? For
yeah,
real?
you can subscribe for emote. No, you can just like subscribe for emotes.
But you
across
still
the
get
board.
ads? That is garbage.
Yes.
I haven't used Twitch in a hot minute. Like I still do watch like a couple friends' streams, but not nearly as much as I like used to. So yeah, I was just unaware. Damn, that's kind of infuriating.
Yeah, that I feel really bad for Twitch streamers. That's why they pretty much moved over to YouTube. Like I've seen a lot of streamers start moving over to YouTube. I respect it because if streaming's your job and all the gusto is being kind of taken out of your money. Like I don't know. It's like what's the reason now? Just for some emotes? They better be some fire emotes for that,
For real. It's pretty rough, but I mean, it's all in the name of the game.
Right.
So, moving on from the depressing stuff, Night Scout asks, so since this might be the last time to do a theory on it before a wave of new DLC info, have I ever made a video about the Sun Realm? And or I'm assuming that might be addressing Moxie as well, both of us, I'm not sure. I don't have a dedicated video, but I do think I talk about it very briefly in my video on gold and silver, but I couldn't exactly tell you where in the video I talked about it. So, deep lore issues aside, for the gold and silver video, I had a lot of really long drafts, and I cut a lot out of it, and there was a lot that I talked about with Miquella in the clips that got cut, because it wasn't quite as necessary to the main plot of that video, which is already like over an hour long somehow, so there might be less in there that I'm actually remembering, but I'm pretty sure I still do have some comments on it. And then Moxie?
Yeah, I do talk about it quite a bit. May I link it in your chat? Is that cool?
I think so. I don't know if Nightbot will kill it, but you could also just DM me on the Discord, and then I could link it for you if it doesn't
It seems like it was okay. I don't know if everybody else can see it. But yeah, I do a little bit of a video.
I don't see it.
No? Okay. Here you go.
Okay, let me do that. And of course, you could always just post anything in the Discord itself.
For sure. I think I did whenever it came out in your content area as well.
Okay. right, so this is the link to the video Moxie is recommending. So let's go ahead and... Oh, yeah, I already copied it. What am I talking about? So this is it for anybody who is wondering. Bruh, come on.
Yeah, it's I talk about quite a bit.
I have not watched this one yet. This is like the one that I didn't get to.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sure.
Unveiling the Land of Shadow speculation, Elden Ring lore. Yeah, no offense. I like yesterday on stream, I was like, I'm a little bit burnt out on Shadow of the Erdtree stuff, so I want to take a break. So that's why I was gonna watch one of your videos, but I need a little bit of a time to go back to Shadow stuff.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
it's a lot of content out there too.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you talk about the eclipse in this video.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, because it's, sun, moon, eclipse. Makes sense to me, I mean, at least.
So Night Scott was asking about the Seed of the Sun translation there. I don't think it's vastly different from what the English is portraying. I think that's
asked you
an
before I did it too, because I think I sent you like a DM and I was like, hey, is there anything weird about this? It was a while ago.
Okay. Yeah, I see why. I personally don't think this is that big of an issue, but the English says, much like the wear upon the shield, the seed of the sun is long faded away. This is that it doesn't exist anywhere anymore, essentially, which I don't think really differs from the English. But other people might feel a bit differently about the seed of the sun. I guess. Hold on. There's another thing. So instead of seed, technically, it's also city or capital. But I also don't think that's very relevant. So seed of the sun being faded away just seems more like a prosaic localization than anything, which is par for the course, really. Sorry. You're good.
No, you're good. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was just saying that's interesting. That if it mentions the capital, that kind of justifies the idea.
It's not guaranteed to be capital because certainly that character can mean capital, but it can also just mean city. Kyoto is still technically got the capital kanji in it because it used to be
I remember that. Yeah.
The capital, and Tokyo. Wait, no, those are different. Kyoto. Anyway, so yeah.
Kyoto and Tokyo. Yeah. But I thought they were derived from this. It's derived from that term. Kyoto and Tokyo.
Could you?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I don't know anything, but I thought I read something like that, but I have no idea.
No. So I was thinking about it wrong. The capital kanji is the Kyo part, and the To just kind of means city, and because Tokyo, Eastern capital versus capital city. So
that's what the reason why Kyoto, it's capital city.
Oh yeah, let me pull this up. So the reason why this kanji right here, I'm blind. This kanji, nope. Why am I blind? Oh yeah, the kanji right here is associated with the capital because of Kyoto, I think. Oh, it does mean Miyako. So never mind. It can mean capital in a different sense. So own reading versus Kun reading. It's late. Anyway.
No, no doubt.
So there's multiple capital kanji, is what I'm saying, and the Kyoto one is double capital, but not exactly. It's Japanese. What can I say?
Right.
All right. But yeah, okay, everybody. I think that'll pretty much be it for the stream. Thank you, Moxie Watts, for joining me.
Thank you for having me. It was
the full marathon.
Really great talk. Yeah,
appreciate it.
I had fun. Yeah, it was good talking. I feel like I learned a lot.
Everybody in chat, thanks so much for watching, whether it be live or after the fact, or commenting and lurking. They're all appreciated. All right, everybody, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll be going live again, or at least I will. Maybe not so much Moxie.
I'm down to come back if you want me. If you'll have me, I would love to.
Yeah, so I do want to watch some other videos, but I think when I do watch your Shadow of the Erdtree speculation video, it'd probably be fun to have you again.
Sure, yeah, whenever.
All right, yeah, I'll let you know when that happens. It probably won't be too much longer because I'll definitely get to it before the DLC, I think. So just check your inbox when the message arrives. Yeah.
I'd be down anytime.
Yeah, and if you ever want me to come on your channel or something, let me know.
Yeah, if I might actually go live whenever Shadow of the Archery comes out, just to like.
That's kind of rough because I'll be like deep in the lore itself.
Right. But like, just if you want to like hop into Discord, hang out while we play, like I'd be down like doing side by side screens. That'd be chill. I think. Just to like have fun, play the game.
All right, Night Scout has triggered me. I need to adjust this before I end. So the whole Lowdale thing is kind of like a Loki transliteration, and I kind of intensely disagree with saying it's low daylight. That doesn't make any sense to me, because like Dale kind of means valley, if I remember, but it doesn't necessarily mean daylight. It doesn't make a ton of sense to transliterate.
I actually do go into Seat of the Sun, like Anne Orlando in that video. It's just for fun because it was right there. I had to do it. I had to do it to him.
All right.
Yeah, it was the last one that last Protagonist sent.
Yeah, so it's this one right here. I did post it in the chat for you guys. But okay, that'll be it for me, everybody. And Moxie, thank you so much again for joining.
Thank you again. No, yeah, it was a pleasure. But just being here, very grateful. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining. So the next stream will be 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as usual, and I'll probably get into Tim Diggity's video and maybe a couple that compare Elden Ring to Dark Souls 2 to just kind of like vary up some of the content and switch up some of the stuff with the games. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for now. Until next time, take care, stay safe. Last Protagonist and Moxie Watts out.